Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers and the Old Geezer in the Swamp. Um, as always, I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I do continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And that you will continue to learn how to reject those things that are seriously not necessary in your life. So, anyway, um, this particular video this evening is I'm trying a new little temporary lighting thing here because I know, there's a lot of me is always in the shadow. And as a theater person and whatever, it's like it's always bad to have bad lighting. Hey, Witch Moon, thank you. Actually, it's not, but I'll take it. Witch Moon, actually, here at the house it still is. Thank you so much, Witch Moon. You too, Chloe. Everybody has sent me such nice wishes, and I've gotten phone calls and messages. I haven't checked. I have issues with trying to get onto Facebook, but there are many comments, very nice comments. I love you all so much. You have no idea. And it just, you know, the fact that we all are friends, it just tickles the crumbles out of me. Hey, Pearl, how are you? Blessings to all y'all, So it's been an interesting last night. Well, I did a video early this morning, to say thank you to everybody. And I really meant it. It wasn't to solicit any, comments from any of y'all because I spent this afternoon with some friends. So we went down into Thomasville and they just absolutely wanted to do something for me on my birthday. Hey, Christy, how are you? Thank you so much. And, I've been joking around a lot these last couple of days. A month ago, I was like, holy crap, I'm almost 70. What am I doing? And I realized as I've been talking to folks yesterday to talk with my sister the other day. Anyway, so it's like, I think I actually went into a panic, honestly. Yeah. Honest, got to be honest here, right? That I was like, oh my God, I'm not, this is my last year of being in my 60s. When you're 10, 11, 12 years old, you can't wait to be a teenager, right? And then when you're 18 and that 19 years old, you really want to get out of that. You want to be a 20, And then for me, everything was 21, right? So, but I think somehow the you're almost 70 just caught me off guard and kind of took me, I gotta say, kind of put me in a little bit of a tailspin, and I've been working through it. But anyway, these last several days or whatever, I've been just laughing my butt off. Hey, Susie Q, thank you so much. And it's like I said this morning or yesterday morning kind of thing, that I can't wait for this year. My back still hurts. I'm still ancient, I still have issues, but I don't give a crap. I'm I, I'm just gonna give it all I got, I'm not gonna overdo it, but I'm gonna give it all she's got. I mean, like the really fun stuff, so yeah, early this morning, right? So I get up to take a shower. My friends are coming to pick me up and take me into town. And the hot water heater is like broken. So I'm like, oh crap. So I lost the hot water heater. Now I realize it's probably the bottom element. And I've had this hot water heater now for like, since like 2001 or two or three, something like that. So it's 20 years old, right? Never had a bit of problem with it. So today, on my birthday, when I want to take a hot shower and get ready and go into town, nope. So then I say, okay, well, I'll be okay. I've taken cold showers before. And so I heated up some water on the stove and mixed it in with cold water, and got me some lukewarm and washed some body parts off. And then literally then just said the heck with it and jumped in the cold shower. Oh my God, it was cold the today. And so washed my hair and everything, and um, but in while I'm doing that, right? So I'm going to make coffee. So I go into the kitchen and I fix everything and I turn on the switch. Nothing happens. Hit the switch again. Nada. One more time. The light's on. There ain't no water bubbling. No nothing. Oh, like crap. Let me finish my shower and I'll find out what's going on. Left it on thinking, maybe it'll kick in or something. Nah. So my water heater goes out and my coffee pot. Like at the same time, I'm like, oh, this could really like piss you off, right? So just said it didn't it didn't really phase me. I mean, honestly, you're going to take a hot shower and all you got's cold. You go, ooh, not expecting that, right? Wanting cop. And so I was like, okay, took my little bath shower thing and then I heated water up on the stove and poured it in because I had already had everything in the coffee pot, right? So I just poured hot water over the grounds in the thing and I got my coffee. So it took me a couple of heatings, but so anyway, going into town today, it was just to eat supper or whatever. So I when I got here, I was like, you know, yeah, need warm coffee. But just I boiled up about a cup in a saucepan, got it up to a boil kind of thing. As soon as it started to bubble, I just poured it in the coffee pot. Put the same amount of water back in the pot. Didn't even turn the fire off. Just put it right on in there, and did that until the coffee was done, and it's been perfectly good coffee. So, but anyway, going into town today, there were a couple of things since we were going to Thomasville. They got a Harbor Freight there, and a couple of things I wanted to pick up, right? And I was like, since we're going, and he's offered his truck, he really wanted me to get cement. So because I've been working on the foundation and everything now that the weather's cooled off. I got some work done this afternoon, and this evening when I got home, I was just like, because I bought a cement mixer. They had one in stock. And I ordered one months ago and it never came in. So I just quit thinking about it, right? So I'm in the store there and we're looking at some things. And so I asked, the little uh, ticket tab thing, two of the things that I wanted out of stock don't have. Okay, that's all right. Well, do you have this? Yes. Oh, really? Yes. Now, I used to have a cement mixer. A lot of the work around my house and all the block and everything that I filled was with the cement mixer I had. But it got old, it got filled full of water. Somebody was trying to help me, and the help that they did was um, I asked them to wash out the cement from the thing, and they put water in it, but didn't dump it. And I didn't know this because I was tired and working and everything, went back around. And so by the time I had a chance to, like an hour and a half, 2 hours later, the cement had hardened in the bottom. So now it like blue, 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 blue. And then it fell over and the frame got broken, bent. And so I ended up just taking it to the scrap and selling it as scrap. So that was years ago, right? So I noticed this thing, and for those of you who've been following my escapades with the front porch thing, mixing the concrete is this like I've been doing it with a hand with a hoe and a shovel and all of it by hand, and it's been killing me. I'm prepared to do it right, But when he had it in stock and I was sitting there, my buddy was like, "Go ahead and get it. We got room in the truck, to bring it home." I was like, "Oh, some bitch. Oh, hell yeah." So I got a brand new concrete mixer that was outside when I got home. So excited, had to straighten out the landscape out there because I'm going to put that mother together. And since I got my truck half fixed and it's running without the radio blaring and blasting, I'm like, I'm ready to go to town and get some concrete, and finish my porch out there. So this the fall equinox, whether it's my birthday or not or anything like that, but it is dang sure this nice cool dry air we've had the last couple of days. There wasn't a cloud in the sky today, and the blue is that blue that you expect the sky blue to be. So hate freezing showers, yeah. But um, I started out with some lukewarm warm water, washing here and there in body parts that really don't like the cold, and soaping up and everything. And then finally, I just screw it, just get in. Whoa, that water is chilly. Let me tell you. I mean, like in the 60s kind of thing, not just 75. Water coming out of my well is cold. But anyway, so my first thought was I used to have a solar. Hey, Isby, how you doing? I used to have a simple solar hot water heater, and I'm like, I haven't needed it for so long, and all this. This might be a time to, rethink that. Maybe I should, do something about this solar hot water heater thing that I used to have. And okay, so, but anyway. Um, it wasn't so tragic that I couldn't do it, and it didn't give me a heart attack. Although that cold water will just make your nipples shrivel. I'm just saying. But anyway, but to have a hot water heater go out. Now I knew something was kind of funky for a while, and it's been a while, and I figured my lower elements got mud on it. I'm going to have to drain it and pull it out, and I haven't had to do that in 20 years, so I'm really lucky. But the fact that today, and then the coffee pot just not working. So I got a new coffee pot. So as I was going to use my little toaster oven, which I've had for a while now, I looked at it today and I thought to myself, hot water heater, coffee pot, what's next? My little, Black and Decker, stove thingy. So in town they talked, my friends were like, well, they got this new kind with the you can fry in your with the oven because of the fan and the forced fan thingy. And I was like, okay, all right. So but anyway, I got a really good deal on a simple coffee pot. Happy birthday, right? um and then I went ahead and had looked at the toaster oven things, and a really nice Hamilton Beach where the tray comes out. And what I like about it most is most of these little toaster ovens, the lid comes down in front of you, right? This one, the lid come the face of it lifts up and out of the way. And I was like, that in itself was like worth it to get a new one. But whether or not the toaster oven was fixing to go, I just thought, it's not like I got the money, I had the money in the bank and so forth. And so it's like I haven't really spent any money on anything. So a cement mixer with what I got to do left is going to save me a bunch of hours. And there's a lot of other cement work and stuff that I got around over here and other places. So it's going to come in handy. And I'm going to do it. I got brickwork I need to do to mix mortar with and to finish the outside of the concrete that I'm doing. So, to have it, oh man, it's going to be a whole lot easier for me to finish up what I need to do. So, absolutely, is it worth it? It's worth it to my back and my sanity. So, but I had not intended on going into town and spending all this money or anything. We just went to IHOP for, my favorite steak omelet kind of thing. Oh my God, have things changed in the IHOP? They used to have fold out with pages of, stuff, full color pages, and now there's a sheet, two sides, and everything's like on it. I invested in a 5-in-1 Costway toast and 125 love it. This was only $37. Nice Hamilton Beach, stainless on the outside with stuff, It's got the dry air heat thing. It's got a basket and all. It was at Walmart. Um, and it was one of the, and thinking of where I could get this, I haven't shopped in Walmart in a while, but I was like, I need that. And so it was listed for like 42 bucks or something. And it was only like 37 or 34, something anyway. It was less than 40 bucks. And it's really nice, fits right on the counter, and like, wow, nice, easy to clean and get to. I'm going to love it. Right. So happy birthday to me. But like I said, I really wasn't planning on like spending all this money, but it right now it's really well worth it. So the other side of while I was in Wally Mart, they I have been looking for a particular vitamin. It's called Eurozinc, and it's for guys with prostate issues, right? And it's really good, one a day. And I've been looking for them, blah blah blah. They just happen to have some in the vitamin section there at Walmart. So I bought 2 bottles, which will last me 2 months ish. So that helps with me physically and my old age prostate issues, right? So there's the thumbs up. So it's all good. It's all good. Regardless of the losing the hot water heater and everything, is like it's all good. What I'm proud of myself is I didn't get pissed off. I went, oh shit, son of a bitch. Well, cold shower it is. I mean, in the past, I would have fumed. I'd still be fuming and fussing. You know what I mean? Hey, Betty, how are you? Um, did you call me and go hi and then hang up? Because if that's you, sneaky thing, you mossy man. Thank you. Yeah, only a couple of hours belated, but I'll take it, mossy man. Uh, hey, Betty, save old coffee pot. Make sun tea. Yeah, I got plenty of stuff to make sun tea with, but I've got 3 or 4, of the pots, the carafes thing that I don't know what to do with. I'm like, I got to throw one of them away. And then today, the coffee pot just on the fritz. So now I got another one. But I understand what you mean. I hate to throw them out, Christy. So, because you never know if one of them things will break, and to buy a new carafe is almost as much as just getting um, a a new coffee pot. So, but anyway, um, Susie Q, did I say hi to you? Did I say hi to you, Miss Susie Q? And so, um, but I got a couple of things that I needed, and but for me, like for example, getting the Caesar was a really big high ticket item for me as far as spending money. But I've been looking at it. I got it out of the box. It's outside, and if I can't sleep, I might, wiggle back out there and put the darn thing together. Uh, well, thank you, Susie Q. I really do love y'all. This last year, and it's been years, but I'm just thinking since my last birthday and being here, um, I was thinking, sort of like a New Year's resolution, but not. I mean, sort of, but not anyway. So my thinking is that why not? This is a new year as far as age wise. So what do we want to do in the future? Well, here's something that was interesting today. So my daughter calls up, and I must have been outside with the dog or something. I came back in, and I noticed that she had called. She sings me happy birthday and leaves it on the answering machine. So I call her back and we have a little chat. And then my friend Rob, that y'all hear me talk about, shows up to wish me happy birthday and sit down. And so I say, to my daughter, Jackie, honey, let me, hi, they had a chat. I said, let me visit with him and I'll talk to you later. Because I knew he had to go to work and I kind of sort of knew what we were going to do. And so, we had a birthday. Um, we had a birthday 420. So early on this morning, afternoon. So, but anyway, I'm sitting here talking to him. And just a few minutes later, the phone rings. And I look down and it looks similar to my daughter's phone number. So I said, "Hey, baby, how you doing?" And she goes, "Well, Grandpa, how'd you know it was me? Do you know which one of your granddaughters it is?" And I was sitting here thinking, "Oh, holy crap, that you are not who I thought you were." So my oldest granddaughter, who I haven't heard from in a long time, calls me up to wish me happy birthday today. We had a very nice little conversation. She was in the Navy. She told me, she goes, I've been nudging her for years. Come on, I know you're a Navy girl. I know you like water. Let's go kayaking. Let's put this together. So talking to her today, I said, look, honey, uh, you know, she goes, I want to go, but we can't get away. We got all these animals and this stuff. And I said, okay, so then let's meet halfway or something. You all have to get back. I'll just bring Duggar with me. So I'll have to find a place. But so as I'm getting my truck fixed and whatever, I can make it halfway to Pensacola where I might not be able to make it all the way, you know. Um, so I could say, instead of a 6 or 7 hour trip one way, it's only going to be 7 hours both ways. Come over a couple hours, meet me in Panhandle, and we'll go kayaking and spend time. And if you want to stay over, that's okay. But me and Duggar will find a place to camp, and then we can come back the next day. We can come back home the next day. There's no rush, right? So she was like, well, let's do that. So now that the weather's changed, I finally have my granddaughter, bless her heart. I love her dearly. And if she listens to this, I mean nothing because I'm going to ask her. I was just in my mind, I'm going to ask her bluntly because that's how I work with her, but kindly, I'm just curious after all these years of not hearing from you. I send her prayers. I've done things on Facebook to poke her. Let's go kayaking. Let's go rivering. Let's go, Now that she lives near the beach, so they go out to the ocean all the time. But the ocean is not the same as a river. It just ain't. And so, I kind of told her that. And I said, going to the beach and being on the water, that's all really nice. But I didn't say this, but for me, I've been to the ocean and look out over the ocean, and it's really nice. And within a couple hours, I'm like, let's go do something, you know. Now, if I'm sailing on the ocean, or if I'm doing something at the ocean. But to go and sit at the beach and just stare at it, I really don't want that. I mean, I lived in Florida, used to go out to the beach all the time, and it just, but the beach, oh, the waves, and yeah, it's calming and all that good stuff. It's 420. Oh my God, I missed it. I got on here earlier to share a 20. Going to the beach in the morning. Good for you, the Pacific. Yeah, look, I missed it. It's 135. Son of a gun. Me and my big mouth. I got one loaded. I was waiting, and then I got to yapping. But so I had a wonderful conversation with my granddaughter. But I'm going to ask her, why, after all these years, did you decide to call me? I mean, I'm very, very happy and glad you did. This ain't. I'm not trying to, grill you, but I'm just curious as a person, what kind of bumped you? Because for whatever reason, if you don't call somebody for a long time, then you start feeling guilty. Well, I should have called them, and then you don't. And then you find a reason that, no, I'm just in my own mind. This is kind of how it works sometimes. So in my mind, it took a lot of courage for her to call me today for whatever reason. And I know she goes, Grandpa, I love you. And I said, I know you love me. And I've been loving you all this time. And now well, you've got my phone number now. You can call me anytime. Yeah, river is a different energy, absolutely. And a freshwater lake is different, like from a bay. Uh, you know, a, a, um, a saltwater bay or inlet. That's where I was headed. I'm still new, but I must watch most vids. Michelle and I are our Facebook friends. Hawkeye, I'm so much better. Thank you. You're welcome. You didn't answer me. If you did, I missed it. Are you the one that called and said hi and hung up on my um oh my I thought it was really cute is my point, Betty. And I just was like, and you're the only person I could think of that is like from here. No, it wasn't you. Oh my goodness, and somebody else was doing it to me. But anyway, you know, um, I might call him back and go, "Hi, this is Dave," and then hang back up. But whoever it was, they called me up, and and that's all it was. And I thought it was just strange, and so I was wondering if but it wasn't you. Okie doke. But anyway, it was cute. If it was you, it was still cute. So for whatever reason, this is my observation up to this point for this. As I've told you about the channel and meeting people and stuff, and uh, well, it's in the Moultrie phone book. A lot of other folk have my phone number, and so if you're local, you can call me. Area code 229 was this area for South Georgia, and I live in the Funston directory, nowhere near Funston, by the way, but it's 941 um 5117 and I'm listed in the Moultrie directory. And if I don't know your phone number, this is the deal. You have to say, "Hi, this is Betty or Joe or Susan or whatever," and uh, but if you call and just hang up, because if I can't get, it'll ring 4 times and then it goes to a distant recorder somewhere. So, and if you really want to talk to me, then call me right back the second time. As soon as don't even let the answering machine answer. As soon as you hear, and it goes into the answer machine, just hang up and hit redial. And then it'll show up here and I'll go, "Oh, somebody really wants to talk to me." Because if it's just a salesman or something like that, they call once and that's it. I look at the number, go, "Nah, okay." But if you call me twice back to back, I go, "Whoever it is knows the secret. Call me right back right away and leave the message the second time. Hi, it's me. Call me back." And, so anyway. But absolutely, especially if you're in the neighborhood. But anyway, um, my observation up to this point, because there have been people who have sent me messages and have spoke to me, called me, or whatever, and have made statements that have kind of blown me away. I mean, literally. I mean, it'll take me a day to stop and think about it. And it's all been good. Which I mean, which is really odd. That I don't get criticized or beat on or whatever. But anyway, I'm teasing about that, but not. Um, but the idea that some of the comments that I've had folks say to me, and one comment which I'm not going to, let anybody out or, and if you think this was you, open forum, basically kind of sort of, you're in Miller County, Colquitt. Yes. Flint River. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Flint River. Yeah. I used to go to Veda a lot, to the boat ramp there. And if you're over there in Miller County and Colquitt, um, also been wanting to go down, the creek over there in your area. I can't think of the name of it. But here, what I was going to do is, friends online have sent me a package over here to resend them and everybody, and I haven't opened it yet. So the topic for tonight, yes, Spring Creek. Thank you, Betty. And me and a friend of mine and some other folks, we got kayaks and all, and We've been wanting to go do different sections of Spring Creek, and my problem is that as old as I am, in my younger days, I would just pull over somewhere. My kayak's on the truck, right? So if I see something, I got my gear in the back. I got a PFD. I got a paddle, and I got whatever I need to jump in somewhere and go paddle. So I'm like ready all the time. But with Duggar, it's like, man, And the other thing is going to new places by myself, you know, and just being old. And not quite as springy as I used to, but my spirit's good. But sometimes, she's a Georgia dog. Yeah, spelled that correctly, Mossy Man. Dawd, a dog. But yes. But anyway, so been wanting to get over there, and my biggest issue, and I realize I have been honest with folks today, where, oh, my truck and that. Yeah, I realize that I have really been lazy about it, but to the point of it being hot and rainy this summer, that's all true. Every time I'd go out to do something, it'd be freaking raining. So I've already done more in my truck the last couple of days that it took. Than I've gotten done in like 3 months here this summer. But it's been unusually odd with the rain and and the mugginess and stuff. Anyway, so and that is true. So, but it's also my excuse. Um, and I just realized that there are a lot of things I've been making excuses for. But it has been raining. We have had 4 inches of rain. The river is up. I mean, all these things are true. But in the past, I probably would have tried a little harder. Yes, sir, but not too much on football. Oh, not too much on football. Gotcha. But anyway, so this next year, in contemplating some of this. Oh my God, I'm 69. One more year and I'll be 70. Yeah, pooey. I'm really looking forward to this year. Why? Because when I hit 65, I was like, all right, I made it. But there's something. If we as human beings want to continue to expand our minds and continue to evolve and continue to, then we got to think past, well, I'm retired now. I can throw my feet up. And that's all true. And some of it in the past has been my excuse for not doing certain things around the yard, around the house. It's been an excuse. Well, I'm really not in any hurry. And now I don't know. I'm like, I am not getting any younger. That's just absolute positive fact. And there are things that I would like to finish up. And I don't know how many days are left, but here's the thing. I want to make the best of what I got. Now I'm shooting for 85, which my uncle Roger, he's still alive, but has gotten Alzheimer's disease. But I would love it to make it to 85, but maybe have a little bit of consciousness or something. But in that time, I want to have some fun. I am going to go back down the river. I am going to plan one where the weather, anybody goes with me or not, and this isn't a rude thing, but I'll tell my friend Rob, or now I got my neighbors. Oh, and somebody, I won't name, but somebody who I thought was a little reluctant to like go on the river is like, we're going to go kayaking. And I was like, cool. I've sold somebody. We're going to go on the river. I get to share this and go with somebody. And it's not that I'm afraid or anything, but at my old age, um, that because it's a kayak, people think it's unstable and you're going to drown and all this. And it's like, give it a chance, right? Especially on a lake or a slow moving river, give it a chance. Seeing those people up in on the river in Tennessee floating up what looked like a really kind of rough river, they were just going by, and I'm like, I got this. So But I absolutely am going to have some more adventures. My brother invited me to go ice fishing. Winter's coming up. I'm working on my truck. Um, I don't necessarily want to go camping, in freezing weather, but I have. And I can't leave Duggar behind. But here's the thing: have you ever been in a life threatening situation while kayaking? Yes, almost drowned. I mean, almost drowned, drowned, almost drowned. Yes, absolutely. But here's the thing. Now, several things was against me. One thing, one of the biggest things that I did when I was that night in the kayak is I was sitting on a regular boat cushion that's about yay thick, right? My PFD. Should have been wearing it. That's big problem. The water was up on the Oclockney. We were doing a full moon um, kayak float thing. I was turning around to go back downstream. And when I did, I was broadside in the river, and the river was really up. We really shouldn't have been on it, but you know, um, but because I was sitting on the PFD and not wearing something, don't I'll never do that mistake again. Um, I my center of balance for that kayak, I was too high and easy. I was really tippy. I was new with the kayak. So a log came down the river because we were at night, had headgear on and all that. Hit me, struck me, and because my center of gravity was off, I was holding on to a tree limb and waiting on my buddy who was like right there. We were going to smoke a cigarette and then float back down and just take our time and watch the full moon. All of a sudden, something hit the kayak, and I turned sideways to um, counterbalance. I'm off center, too high, and it really makes a difference. That little bit, you think, what different? It does. So I tipped over, and water was coming down at me as I rolled towards upstream. And before I knew it, the kayak was full of water and I was underwater just like that. Couldn't get out of the kayak because I wasn't expecting it, right? So and the kayak is now caught in the tree, and I got out of the kayak under the water. Water's really cold because it's like March, full moon, couple almost 10 years back now. But it took me and the kayak under. So people said, "Oh, that those kayaks are dangerous." Nah, what I was my sitting on the thing, my not wearing a thing, and those were things I shouldn't have been. Those were things that I shouldn't have done. It wasn't the kayak's fault, okay, but it was damn sure the situation, and I'm the person that put me in it, right? So, but since then, I've not had any other issues, and I have clocked off a bunch of miles since that time back then, and I've not had any issues. And if anybody goes with me, I've got a newer one. It's still a Dolphin, but it's much flatter. It doesn't roll. You can just about stand up in it. And between the first one I bought, that's more roundy bottomed like this newer one that I've got, which I still had for a couple of years now, it's stable. I mean, it's stable. The Duggar gets in and jumps around, and we tip a little bit, but it ain't nothing, ain't nothing bad about it. So, depending on the kayak, depending on the bottom and how it's built, as to whether or not it's more rocky or more stable. And they've got a lot of different designs out there. So if you're going to be hot dogging or something in some rapids, stability ain't necessarily what you want. You want to be able to roll and pitch and do that. But when you're in the swamp or on a lake or river like that, or if you're just wanting to paddle, you want a little stability, especially for an old person like me, right? And with a dog who keeps jumping in and out. Yeah. Um, it's one of those times, Mossy Man, that I honestly, it's one of those times that If I hadn't had the help of the spirits, I would have been a dead mofo, without a doubt. I was under the water, and it felt like somebody had a hold of my leg because as I was under the water, all these things are going through your head really quick. And as my buddy was had my canoe and was in it, and he had a lamp and was shining it down in the water, trying to see where the hell I'd went. Because at one minute he was reaching, I was fixing to grab the canoe, and we were going to smoke one and have a cigarette and go back. And all of a sudden, I was gone under the water, and he was like, Hawkeye, where'd you go? And I could hear him through the water, but I was far enough under the water. I could not touch the surface, but I could see this light down through the, from his headlamp and down into the water. And here's the strangest thing, that when that happened, I was looking up, and I thought, with the cold water and everything, I thought to myself, this must be how the people on the Titanic felt. Because the water, I mean, when I hit the water, and, I had way too many clothes on. Um, that's another thing. Don't, put on lightweight, but something, something warm. I found, for example, that you can take one of those, the Mylar, emergency blankets, and they're really light, but wrap them around you, put your PFD on, right? So they've got this, the thing, but it will keep you warm as hell, and it's light. If you do fall in or whatever, it won't hold you down, and all that kind of good stuff. So there's some really simple things that I've learned over the years. But um, I was under the water looking up, and I'm thinking, now this is all going really fast. You know how to swim. You've been underwater before. Kick, 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 swim, damn it, And I kept, my left leg was like something had a hold of my foot, and I'm kicking it, whatever. And I look up, and I could see the light coming down through the water, and the moonlight behind him, because the moon's like right overhead. Cold water. I got really bad hypothermia from it. Um, and while I'm under the water, this is what the people on the Titanic must have felt when they were drowning. Holy crap! Cold water, you're in, and I was like, man, I don't want this feeling ever again. You know what I mean? So, but I got to the surface and grabbed a hold of the canoe. I had stuff in the kayak, which I didn't know at the time, but I didn't want to lose the kayak. So I couldn't get in the canoe because of the water, and it was swift and everything. And so I was caught between the canoe and the kayak, trying to hold on to it, and it was barely floating. And so I was like trying to get in, wet, soggy, cold, and hypothermia setting in quick, because I've been in the water now about 5 minutes, and the water temperature is about 40, 45 degrees, something like that, because it was coming out of winter and into spring. The water was up. It was cool at night, in the 40s. So that, the water was colder than the outside temperature, and which was in the 40s that night. So I looked at my buddy, and I said, man, I could see downriver there was this tree sticking up doing this number in the current. I said, I can't get in from here. And he goes, what are you doing? And I said, I'm going to let go of the canoe, and I'm going to just, because I could barely swim. And I said, I'm going to go to that limb sticking out. Meet me down there. And he was like, Hawkeye, no. And I let go of the canoe. I mean, this was some serious stuff at this time. And down the river I go, and I'm swimming. I'm barely holding on to the kayak. My paddle is somewhere else, and the gear that I had in the kayak is now gone. My PFD is gone, so I'm just swimming for all I can get. And there's this one limb bobbing up and down in the current, and I hit it. I grabbed it, and held on to the kayak. And Jamie pulled up in the with the canoe. So I used the limb that was bobbing up and down. I still don't know how I did it, but used it, climbed up it while it's doing this number. It was really a strange thing. Middle of the night, lit up with a full moon, and I could walk up this limb holding onto the kayak and then got in the canoe. And Jamie said, I have never seen anything like that. He said, you scared me to death when you let go of that with the canoe. He said, I just thought I was never going to see you again, that you were going to go under. And I had contemplated that same scenario. But, as I was let go of the canoe, I just realized that this is one of these times where you just got to give it all. You got to get out of this situation because freezing to death and being in the water and that kind of thing, and the water being up the way it was, and where we were in the middle of nowhere. There was no bank to pull over. There was no place to get out. I mean, so I had looked. I'd been up that part of the river one time before, but never thought about, that it was going to be like this. And it's in the same spot that I went back up that following summer is where I slipped, got hurt, and spent 3 days. It's in the same spot that I got capsized on the river. So interesting spot. I've been wondering whether or not I ever want to go back up there. But so for folks who have I had some harrowing experiences? Yeah, and I really, I had my PFD and I was doing it right, and I wasn't being, clowning around or nothing like that. But I was turned broadside, and I should have been pointing, either downstream with the water going past me, but not broadside on the river. And I wasn't there long, but it was long enough. And I have learned since, if you got to go broadside, get yourself in line with the current as quick as possible, because even in a canoe, it's a bad situation, and with high water and stuff like that, and there were logs and tree limbs and things, and bump, that's all it took. I mean, within 2 seconds, I was 8 feet underwater. So and trying to get free, but thinking about the situation while I'm underwater looking up, this what why the Titanic? I have thought about over the years and went, was I in a situation like that? Because it was like, oh my God, the Titanic. And then I shook out a bit and I'm clawing and swimming for the surface, right? And Titanic, what? Where the hell did that come from? Why I'm drowning, So it's been interesting. But anyway, so it's been 48 minutes, and enough of that. I'm going to open up this box of stuff. So I've been yapping for the first 48 minutes, but all of these things, you know, some folks have asked me to say, do you make up this stuff? And I go, I don't have to. I really don't. The stuff and everything. These things really happen. I was either that stupid or in a situation where something stupid happened. But anyway, I'm looking for my knife. I'm going to open this box. I don't know what's in it. Teresa was kind of picking at me earlier. She called me up, and I was still in Thomasville, and I didn't come in the house right away when I unloaded the cement mixer. I'm so excited, I out there unboxing it and stuff. But anyway, so here's the box. Sent from Marsha Price on Little Rock. Yes, Arkansas, one of my favorite places. Not necessarily Little Rock, but I've been to Little Rock, and as far as towns goes, it could be worse. But so this is from Marsha Price, and was sent. I don't know who, but Teresa sent me a message and said, "Oh, by the way, you're going to be getting a package." So, um, and I was going to open it the other day. I was going to open it this yesterday morning, kind of thing, but I was like, "Nah," and it's a little later. But here I am. I'm sorry I waited 50 minutes to get to it. So, don't know what it is. It's heavy. It's a really nice wooden box. So far, nice wooden box. Oh my God, it feels like about 4 pounds of weed in here. Thank you, Susie. Yeah, I'm not, when I tell these stories, these true life events, they're stories, but they're true life events, right? It ain't a legend. The legend of Hawkeye Two Feathers, the klutzy hermit. I had something going on the other day. So a nice box, very nice box with a catch on the front and all kinds of stuff in it. A very nice gold kind of Hawkeye there on the card. And number one, very wonderful bundle of sage. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Um, this is a pendant in a little bag. I will have to open that up. There's all kind of things in here, nestled within this box. Okay, actually, it'd be easier to do it this way. It's just to show you what's in the box. Hang on, I know it's wiggly, but there's an item. Here is a pyramid. Wait, I gotta moving the camera one way. There's a spiral. Very nice. Hey, Julianne. Trees are us. Wait, trees are you? What? What? Never mind. So there's a wonderful uh, pyramid. This is a piece of jewelry, I'm assuming. It's heavy, bunch of rocks on it. There you go. Let's see. Trying to get the right light. And so, it's, bring the camera up here. It's this long on my arm, just to give you an idea how big the stones are. And they're wound and tied together, much like I used to do back in the day when I did stones. Not to say it's my work, but I'm just saying that, it's very similar. So this is an obelisk. Wait, hang on. Can y'all see that? So as four fingers, that's, you can kind of tell how long this is. It's got a nice point on it. I'm trying to see. I can't see through it. So I don't know. The very lovely. I'm absolutely, I I didn't before I knew what was in it, I had my little cry and I'm like, folks who send me stuff are just I just can't thank you enough, honestly. And my friend was like, well, why? And I said, because how I grew up and for me that I was never worthy of anything, right? I didn't do anything to deserve it. And so one of the things that I'm finding out that other people think I'm worthy or deserving or whatever, and which is totally kind of blown my mind here, you know, in that um, here's a wonderful pendant. It looks the same, um, six-sided. My favor and abundance of wonderful beauty place. Thank you, Julianne, and all y'all. But I mean, so these wonderful gifts that are sent to me, um, I treasure them, and I'm in awe. When I before I even knew what was in it, I was sitting here and having my moment, you know, this morning and the other day when I got it, and I was just like, man, you know, as I've said and will continue to say, you know, that I have. You know, I do this from my heart without any intention of getting any kind of repayment or anything. Knowing you all is the payment to me. That's what I was trying to say earlier this morning. This is interesting. It's got two different patterns in it. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. So it's one of the it's a I'm trying to it's got like embossed in it. It's very difficult to see. Well, actually, you can kind of see it there. Can you see the like a pattern in the background there? Um, it's the tree of life thingy. The anyway, and then but down in set in this disc is uh is another symbol. So let me find out who's hello. Never mind. But anyway, now there is this. Oh, it's an owl. An owl. Um, Let me see. Yeah, you can kind of see that pretty good. Let me move this camera around and get a little closer up. It's an owl that was poured. Um, oh, I can't think of the word. I got stuff here to do it, but have just, I need to clean my shop out before I start doing anything like this. But I'm working on it. You know, I am making progress. Yes, it's slow, but making progress. So that's a lovely owl, as owl is one of my secondary totems, I guess you would say. It's my hawk is my daytime and owl is my nighttime. So yes, it's epoxy. Yes, to that. Yes, and they were poured into mold. Yes, the answer is so. But here's let me get the light and the camera about right. This is a stick on something, and there's some kind of like etching. Can you see it in there? There's all kinds of stuff in set in this. It's really nice. My friends came today with their granddaughter, little Miss Annabelle, and she is such a sport. And so she's looking around the house, and I got all kinds of rocks and stuff, you know. And she looks at this one, and she looks at Rhonda, and she goes, "Mama, can I pick up that rock over there?" And she's pointing at this amethyst, a rough cut amethyst that I've had for a long time. And this is another pendant. Oh, there's a hawk inside of it. I see. Or it's at least a bird. Maybe it's an eagle, but it is a bird. Um, I don't know if I could get close enough with this. I hate these little ties. My fingers have gotten so difficult with my great grandmother was named Annabelle. Well, she was a pistol running around in the store. And David, if you don't hurry up, we're going to leave you. And just being a pistol, I was like, you know, when they said, well, we're going to bring Annabelle. And I thought, well, that's, and I thought maybe just us adults would, go out tonight. But she was a pistol, but she was a good one. And so she wanted to go to the store. Rhonda wanted to just get a drink. And Annabelle was, I'm going with you. And Rhonda said, no, you're going to stay here with Miss Dave, Uncle Dave. And, who's going to stay with him? And I started, playing along with it and moping along. And black tourmaline. And let me see if I can get this close enough. It's really interesting to just, oop, almost got it there. Let me get so inside this pendant, oop, hang on. Can you see the bird? So that's lovely. And, but so I'm boo-hooing a little bit, and I'm saying, oh, well, who's going to save me if anybody comes along and you can't leave me here by myself? And, and I'm just playing along. And as she's getting out, she puts her hand on my shoulder and leans into my ear. And she said, it really will be okay. You are an adult and I'm sure you'll be okay. And got out. And I was just like, I busted out laughing, trying to sound like I was boo-hooing and stay in my character, right? I was like holding my nose and blew snot back up into my brain the wrong way out. I mean, it was great. It was horrible, but having her be like that, I was like, oh my goodness gracious. So, you know, old people can have a tendency. Other old people that I knew um, have a tendency to. I love this little box and it's full of paper. So, but here is this wonderful candle holder. Let me see. This is the last in the batch kind of thing. Oops. It has. Um, it looks like the zodiac signs, but anyway. And then around the outside, all the way around, and then to open it up, dun da da dum. There's a candle inside. Oops. Where's that light at? So, oh, I know what one of those scents are, but I can't tell you. Oh, and there's a little crystal, by the way. Uh, can you see it? There's a crystal right here at the end of my finger, stuck in the wax. That's interesting. Yeah, it's a crystal. Okay. So, but anyway, so in sniffing this, I can't tell you what it is, but there's one of these herbs in here that I'm like, I should really know what that is. But it smells wonderful, natural, wonderful. It doesn't smell chemical in any way. So um, I don't know who sent what, but I do know it was sent a Soul Tribe folk. And all I can say is that I thank you, I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. You all are the blessings that I get every day. You are the folks that, you know, some of you know that in the middle of the night I've gotten on and kind of rubbed my eyes and stuff and said, I don't know who out there needs it. Um, no, it doesn't smell like rosemary. Maybe, but no, not sage. It's something else, Susie, Chloe. But it's like I should know it. But anyway, it's very familiar. At least it's nice. I like it. But with all the things that go on these days, the comments from folks and one person said you just really have no idea what you mean to some of us. And I was like, I guess not, in that I consider you my friends, and we've never met personally, but you know and this person said there are times when I just needed to have, to be, and you would be online, in the middle of the night. And there were times when I would say, and I still mean it. There are times like in the middle of the night that they wake me up and say, get online and just do a show. Somebody out there needs a voice. And there are some folks who just have, like I've said, I consider this like my late night radio program just on YouTube. And I'm so blessed that y'all are here. I'm humbled all day long today and thinking about certain things and stuff. Having my granddaughter call, having some other phone calls, having this happen, having some comments made, and I'm just like, thank you, thank you. I don't know what to say because it to say anything sounds like I'm bragging, and I don't want to brag about this. I want to brag about you, and how good you've been these last years. So my promise to y'all is that I don't know what's coming up, but I do know that I'm going to be doing something. Amber smells wonderful. I don't know what it is. I'm going to sniff of it. And Mr. Null, your family, you have no idea how often you speak on the same exact thing as I do on the same day, just minutes apart. My spirit is the great connection to yours, and you don't even know it. I do know that there are connections. But you're right about this, Chloe. I don't know about the synchronicities, but you've heard me talk about the synchronicities with other people. Thank you, Susie. But see, here you all are proving my point to this. I just listen to the spirits, and they say, Hawkeye, this is what we got for you. And I go, I look up, you want me to do what? It's 3 in the morning, for crying out loud. You want me to get up and do what? And so, but you all know, sometimes it's at 3 in the morning that, I was thinking about committing on previous message about. Thank you, David. Thank you all for gifts and talents. Yeah, thank you, Julianne, honestly. But in that, so it's been my lesson of a shaman in training of the hermit to hear the messages in the universe. And there are times when I want to poo-poo some of this for really, you want me to do a video now? I mean, you've heard me bitch and complain, but you haven't really heard me. You hear me after I'm already online. Like, but it's 4 in the morning. I don't want to do this now. But there's somebody needs it. And so one of the I tried to talk a bit about this before, and maybe now's a good time to kind of bring it up in a way. But as a shaman in training, there are times when now I have accepted this. Okay, so it's not like I've talked about the sitting up there. Sometimes it's like they're holding a gun to my head or whatever. That's just I'm just chatting, right? But in a way, they're serious about if you're gonna hold a gun to my head if we need to, but because it's that important. That's why. Oh, so do they want to hurt me, kill me? But no, but the gesture is, listen, you know, you really want me to do this now? Hold a gun to my head? It's that okay. And so then I do, right? Well, now I just look up and I ask now after all this time, is this really one of them times? And they go, yep. So I take a deep, I sigh real loud and if I got to, and I played the thing, but in the long run of things, it's basically I have to listen. Now, with that said, though, And I sort of brought this up before when I said it's sort of a burden. It's the burden that you bear. Is it 420? Okay, it's 221. Yes, let's go. Been waiting on it. I lost my lighter. Oh no. Where'd my lighter go? There it is. But so there's a responsibility to it. So are they making me do this? I still have free will to go, nah, leave me alone. I don't want to get up, and give them a bird. But if I want to stay true to my promise to the universe and myself, and in a way to all of you, um, I can't do that. Not in good conscience. If something wakes me up at 2, 3, 4 in the morning and says, hey, go get online for whatever reason, and I've got this little dream of something, subject, whatever topic for the moment. And of course, I can be all over the board and usually am sometimes, but Betty says, I know one night was for me. Then I started commenting. I did what you said. My boyfriend moved out. 220 in Florida. Thank you, Isby. I hope Isby, there's a lot of us who are praying for you. I not to make you feel bad or anything. I'm just saying, just in case you're not aware, that there are a lot of folks praying for you and hopes and with your mother and everything. So just saying. And one of these days you're going to make it up here, and we're going to go. We're going to go floating or doing something. But anyway, um, Betty, you're over in Colquitt, right, or Miller County, right? Did I get that right? I asked sort of earlier. There's a boat ramp on this side of the river from Colquitt, there at Veda, and yeah, okay. So I used to go camping there with my friend Martha, who passed away in February, and it's cooled down and it's time to go again. But anyway, if you I don't know what your situation is, but if you're ever of a whatever, me and Duggar got to practice camping, and so now that the weather has cooled down and looks like it might be clear for a little while, I'm not so much interested in getting in the Flint there, although I do and I have. I'm more interested in camping up on the bluff over the river because I've taken a lot of pictures of orbs and things. So anyway, I want to extend an invitation. I don't know when, but I know it's going to be soon in the next month or so. That I'm going to go over there and go camping. So if you wanted to meet up and sit by the fire and watch the river, we could, meet over in Veda if you so. Just putting that out there because I am going to go. And if you're that close, I know you got to go through Newton and down to get to the thing, but it's a nice place up there on the bluff, and very seldom. I've been there many times, and I haven't had anybody really like come there and harass you or anything like that. Although the sheriff's department does ride through once in a while, but all the times of camping and being there and all night long and stuff, only had the sheriff drive through one time in all the years and all the time. So um, anyway, so just saying, in the neighborhood, I will be going to Veda, and anybody else that's in the neighborhood. It's a really interesting place up there on the bluff, and it's where I started taking pictures of orbs, and where I started learning a lot about orbs and doing some meditation and doing some drumming and prayer. And then I come to find out my next door neighbors. Um, you would like to? Okay, cool. Well, we need to, my literally next door neighbors. Oh, by the way, and Sheila, if you watch this, I love you, honey. But I was listening to it early. She called me today, and she goes, "Now tomorrow they called." She called me up the other day and said, um, we want to have a party for you on Saturday. You got anything planned? And I said, no, I still don't really, except to go with them. But it was just so cute. I found it just delightfully, you know, and I mean this. It was just so cute the way she did. She was like, "Now, Ricky's gonna come over and get you tomorrow about 4:35, and we got everything planned." And I was like, and I was gonna argue right then because it's like I was gonna really walk. Right? It's really not that far. And so I heard in her voice, and if you're listening to this, I love you, Sheila. I do. I was just like, I better not argue. And I got to thinking later on of a statement, not necessarily this is to Sheila now. I know she listens in later on, but they said, when a woman has a plan, you never argue. Never argue with a woman who has a plan. If she's got something planned out, you don't argue with her. Just go ahead along. So rather than try to argue about, well, I'll just walk over. I just said, okay, I'll see Ricky about 4:30. I'll be here. But anyway, I love you, Sheila. It tickled me in a good way, and I don't mean this in wrong or that she said anything wrong. It was just really cute. Uh, Getting grad kids in AM. Oh, okay. We out you out of here, Susie Q. We love you. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of there are a lot of things going on, and a lot of folks praying for other folks. And there are times when, like, for what Chloe said up earlier, and somebody else too. But anyway, um, that there have been times when I have come on in the middle of the night and somebody was like, "Man, I'm so glad you're here." So I literally I meditate on that and go, "Okay, so you got me up and I did the thing and there was somebody there and that this was beneficial, right?" So in my chat with my higher self spirit guides, I'm like, "So this you got me up and you said it was serious, and so somebody out there really." And so I'm between me and them now, I'm like, so this was important, yeah. And so I think back and somebody said, well, yeah, see, somebody, now this is them reminding me, somebody was in the chat and said, and I was like, well, that's interesting, because sometimes I read it and I talk that my short-term memory, because I'm yapping all the time, I might not remember each of the comments in the chat that y'all do. So, but with that said, though, if I if I felt personally having nothing to do with the rest of the universe kind of thing, really, if I didn't feel like there was, if it weren't for you, I would have given up, because it's your input, it's your comments that help me to continue to do this, right? Because there's a lot of self doubt on my part because of, you know, I am the reluctant shaman, okay? I kind of I was okay being the hermit, but being the shaman, I was not expecting that, as far as my journey. So, Aquarians are the same, just people staying out of the way if they get an idea in their head. I tried to call you as I was driving through Georgia Tuesday. You know what? I thought I saw your number in my ID, but I don't remember. I don't remember hearing the phone ring or whatever. But I have been in and out literally at all times of the day and night. So I thought it was. Um, I literally thought that phone call was from an earlier time you called. So, but my mistake, it's been, I get so many crank phone calls from people and from all over the place. I mean, next door neighbors that ain't there. I've tried to call them back and then they go, who the hell are you? And somebody called me one time and said, you know, you called me earlier and tried to sell me, a dishwasher. And I was like, what? And I was like, yeah, they were using my phone number. um, as as the bump number, and so it was really bad. So, but anyway, Betty, my name's in the phone book in Moultrie. Okay, at my phone number, it's public knowledge. David Null in actually, I don't live in Moultrie, but it's in the Colquitt County Moultrie phone directory. So if you can't figure it out or whatever, I'm in the directory. David Null. That's I keep it simple, right? Because back in the day when I was doing puppet shows, I was handing out cards and people were calling me and stuff. But Isby, I try to call people back within like a day and go, I got your message kind of thing, but it has been nuts with phone calls from just people want the drill. And so I look at the number and I flip through them and I erased my granddaughter's number earlier because I thought it was the wrong number. And I was like, oh crap. But I was glad that I wrote it down. She was like, well, you got it in your phone. And I was like, yeah, I do. And I was going through looking at other numbers and I hit the damn delete button. And I was like, no, that was Sam's number. I wrote it down. But anyway, Betty, throw tobacco to the four corners. Yes. And above and below too. But call me sometime. I mean, as the weather has cooled down now, I'm seriously looking to Duggar and I need practice with camping. I need to hook up my truck. I need to have my camping gear. I need to go through the whole drill, and because right now the trailer's empty. Yeah, okay, call me. And even if you don't spend the night or whatever, if you want to drive out and just meet and whatever, and if you do partake, we can partake. And if it's evening time, I'll be taking pictures of whatever orbs there might be around and so forth. I will have my drum. Um, because what I learned, especially there at that landing boat ramp, something happened a long time ago, and so I had these visions, folks talking in my head, that if I wanted to take pictures of the orbs, then I had to treat them with honor and respect. So it was like I almost instantly knew, and I said out loud to the orbs and the spirits, and I said, next time I come, I will bring my drum and sage, and I will give you honor. So when I go, before I take any pictures, well, at nighttime at least, any pictures with the flash and all that, looking for orbs and fairies, by the way, um, that I will drum first and burn some sage and give honor to all the spirits that are there and that reside there who might pass through there. And then I take pictures. And I have yet to have my batteries get drained. If I do an honor ceremony, just thank you to the spirits, and I'm here with my drum to honor the spirits that are here who've come before and are still here, and so just nothing really elaborate, but very simple and sincere, and burn some sage and this and that, and sit on the side of the hill there, and then I'll just be quiet for a little bit, and then I'll just kind of sort of, okay, I can take a picture now. It's just a feeling. If I need to drum some more, then I do. Uh, you know, uh, if I've taken my flute, for example, and I'll sit there on the bank and play the flute. And if I'll just stop for a minute and hang out, and then all of a sudden, is Barry in the house? I'll maybe rent a car and come for a couple of days if it's good for you. Yeah, give me the warning thing. If we're not going to have any rain, then um, we can make arrangements. If you sleeping in your van, that's an easy thing. There are plenty of nice places to park. But I do have the camp down in the woods where, um, you know, Duggar and I have been, and where the sweat lodge was. And I know, but yeah, if you want to come over, okie doke. Give me a heads up though. I'll as far as I know, in the next week or so, I'm not going anywhere because I want to work on the car. I mean, excuse me, I want to work on the truck, and I want to get to where I can go over to the Flint River. And I got a couple of things like I've got extra tow. If I take my canoe, I would. I'm also working on trying to get uh, my canoe registered so that I can put a motor on it. And I've got a trolling motor with batteries and all that kind of stuff. I even have a gas powered old 2.5 horse, uh, but it's kind of heavy. But she will hold it. Um, and I've been on the Flint with the trolling motor, and I want to get another heavier duty trolling motor. So and the canoe's really light, and I've learned how to um, play the river, as I would like to say. And so, but the Flint's a little big for me. I don't really have a big motor, and it's really hard to paddle. And but it is fun, and it's really easy to go downstream, but it's a whole lot harder to come back up. So I always go upstream first and then float down. But for an hour and a half or 2 hours of paddling, it'll take you 15 minutes to get back, if the water's running right. So, but anyway, Betty, yes, I'm in the phone book. Give me a call. If I don't answer, like I said, tell me, say, this is Betty, YouTube, I'll call you back, or here's my number, or whatever. So, but anyway, because it will go to, I'll be picking up the phone to answer it, and it'll go to the voicemail thing. So, but sometimes I'm just not here. Yeah. Yeah, sit on the hill and overlook the water. I've taken some really nice pictures up there. There have been hawks and different kinds of birds and stuff that fly over middle of the night with a full moon. I've been out on the river before. I mean, in Bday at the landing there. Um, that watching meteor showers, and just it's far enough out in the country, and it's open enough to where you really get a good view of the sky out there, and lay out. There's several trees that sort of camp under or near, but then when you want to really look at the sky, and it's dark, so um, you get a really good view of the sky, at night. It's really pretty. So, but anyway, yeah, Beta. I'm kind of looking forward to an all nighter there. I take my own firewood and everything and build a fire. Oh, what I was saying earlier, my next door neighbor here, they know some folks who live next door to the place I'm talking about. They own property there, and I was like, "What? Yeah, we go over there all the time." You've been there? Did I miss it? Sorry. So Betty, you talking to me? You've been there once? Okay. But anyway, it's just an open up on the top, a couple of big old oak trees, and you know, uh, they last time I was there, they did have a porta john up there on the hill. So for me, if they don't have that, I got my 5 gallon bucket that I can use if needed. But That was, I take my own water and I take my own stuff and I know how to, primitive camp. And so, and me and Marcia, we always knew how to do it. And we had been primitive camping for years. And if you do come, it would also be a nice honor to my friend, even though you never met her. But I mean, anyway, because we were scheduled to go before she got sick and went in the hospital and never really come back out. So, but anyway, I'm not trying to put guilt on anybody, but I'm thinking to myself that, there have been, some really good times and I do miss my friend, but not in such a way as that I'm sad and boo-hooing and all that. But I do miss her in that of all the crazy stuff we would do. And here, you want to go out to the river? Yeah, when right now, but it's 2 in the morning. Yeah, but I can put my stuff in. I'll come by and get you. Okay, and we'd go to the river at 4 in the morning or whatever, and light a fire or whatever. I mean, just that time when she called me up and she wanted to go to the ocean. 2 in the morning, we rode to Panacea all the way down to Ocklawahnee Bay and walked in the water because she wanted salt water on her feet. And it was a crazy night. We drove all over the place. It just had a wonderful time. Okay, I just opened this card, by the way, and an hour and 31 minutes into this, it says, "Happy birthday, Hawkeye, from your late night chatty owls with love and appreciation for all you do for us." And then it says Soul Tribe. So thank you all, Soul Tribe. I do cherish this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I was telling you earlier about Annabelle and her going with us and everything. She pointed at this rough cut amethyst, and can I have it? She picked it up, and she goes, "Can I have it? Can I keep it?" And I said, "Well, I've got some other amethyst that you can pick from, and I bought these at Serpent Mound up in Ohio, right? And exactly for giving away to people, right? So they're little amethyst clusters, and I got them down and let her look at them. Ooh, and I like this one. And she picked one up right away, and I said, "No, you can have that one." And Grandma was standing over her shoulder, and she was like, "Look at that one there." It was so cute. Annabelle looked at them, and she goes, "Oh, change my mind and put that one down," and picked up the other one. But I know I really like this one, Uncle Dave. Okay, you she's a sport. Let me tell you, she is a sport model. So of the gifts today, and all of you and these wonderful things in this box and other things, it's just absolutely delightful to have this 4 year old who didn't want to. She told me before her fourth birthday that she wasn't going to turn 4, and no matter what. So, but she's accepted being 4 now. But she is just absolutely delightful. So, with that said, so what some people would have liked at my age would have went, "What's the little kid going with us for? I thought we was going to out to have some dinner. What are you gonna drag the brat so long for? All they do is yak." There is that part of me that kind of sort of wanted to go there because I know Annabelle's a little pistol, but some of the things that she did and how she did them, yes, she's a pistol, but it was delightful being around this 4 year old today. So in that was a blessing. And how, like I did the story I told you earlier, she put her hand on my shoulder and she goes, "You'll be all right, Mr. Dave. You're an adult. You'll." I just, I almost sneezed my brains out through my ears by holding my nose, because I didn't want her to hear me laughing. But oh my God, when she started for the store, I just busted out. I'm leaking on myself. It was so funny. He's doing the Ethel. Me, it's some friends did that. Do that voice. I had to do this Jewish voice, right? And I've been in a lot of different plays. So there was this Jewish guy, and he was always talking, and he did like this. Oh my God, are you sure you want to do this? Anyway, Ethel, do you? Some of you are as old as me, and I can't remember her name, but in the late 50s and 60s, there was this, and I don't know if she was actually Jewish or not. And maybe this is what you're talking about, but she would sit in a chair and have just a phone, and she'd go, "Oh, it was it Ethel? Oh, Ethel, you should have seen him. Oh my God, and that gaudy hat she wore. We all looked at her and said, 'Are you sure you want to wear that thing in public, darling? You look like you came in off the boat yesterday.'" It was it. You know what I'm talking about? No, it wasn't Ethel Merman. I don't think so. But I know what you do. This was some other comedian, but they would just put her in a spotlight. She was on different shows and stuff. But I know who Ethel Merman is. But no, this wasn't Ethel. But she just sat there and it was, but anyway, but to the point. So sometimes when you hear me do certain voices or characters or something, I'm not copying, but I may be emulating them. Late night soul tribes are, I love you all. I do. Somebody said, in one of my folks I talked with today, it was like, you did a video this morning on your birthday telling everybody thank you. It was like, but because I really do feel that way. And I asked for, well, I did ask for cool weather and nice weather, for my birthday. And I got it. The sky yesterday and today, perfect days. Oh my Jiminy Christmas. I was like, I know I asked for it, but y'all gave it to me. Now you gave it to everybody. But my wish for my birthday, because I know if the weather cooled down, it was for everybody. You know what I mean? And everybody's like, man, this weather ain't this great. And I go, yeah, that's what I wish for my birthday. So whether or not, synchronicity or whatever, okie dokie. But from my standpoint, thank you guys upstairs. If you didn't have anything, um, yeah, unbelievable. It was. Everybody kept, those folks that were outside going, isn't it really nice today? And, people to the store and parking lot stuff, and it was, absolutely beautiful. But yeah. So after a summer of clouds every day and barely being able to see the sky daytime and nighttime, but okay, was it for my birthday? I'm just going to accept it as maybe just a little, but everybody's getting it. Oh, coming out of the IHOP in Thomasville, where they're standing paying the bill, and I'm walking up and getting ready to leave and everything, and Rhonda stops me and she goes, "See this little girl right here?" And I go, "Yeah." And there was a family sitting there, a couple of kids, and a mother, grandmother, and friend or whatever. Anyway, or aunt. And they said, she's 1 year old today. This is her birthday today, too. And I went, really. And everybody was really pleasant. And I looked down at the little girl and I said, you are, and she was just a darling. I said, you are so cute. I hope you grow up to be a lot more prettier than I turned out to be. And everybody's busted out laughing. And I said, you don't want to grow up and be ugly like me now. You be a good girl and grow up and be pretty. They don't see the trails. The breezes today were so nice. I mean, honestly, I know that the weather's been for everybody, but for me personally, to like, I didn't ask for much. And the weather was like, if, 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 Oh my God, I'm just so happy, And then to boot it off, I get all these wonderful gifts, and my granddaughter called me after all these years, and she wants to go boating with me, and so odd little phone calls and little things from folks and stuff, and just it's been interesting. It has been absolutely interesting, and my hot water heater going out, my coffee pot well, it didn't blow up, it just quit working. So, I've spent money that I wouldn't normally spend. But for my birthday, I thought, well, in a way, it's sort of like Christmas in that, or New Year's. It's my New Year, right? And I mean, if I need a new coffee pot, I don't need an excuse. But today, of all days, to have it to where, okay, so happy birthday, yeah, right? To me, happy new coffee pot, yeah, and uh, a little toaster oven stove. And when Rob was here earlier, he goes, somebody wants to give away a really nice stove, and it's a gas stove, propane. And I said, yeah. And he goes, well, what about yours? And he said, didn't you tell me that it's a broken? And I said, yeah, one of the burners that I use all the time is rusted after 20 years of being here, and I just need to replace it with one of the other. And he goes, well, how would you like to just have a whole newer stove that all the eyes still work and everything? And because mine is rusting, the door is rusting, there's just too much humidity in the house, and whatever's got a hold of you know. But anyway, he was like, "There's nothing busted on this," and the people, he builds counters and installs them for people. So he said, I just got done installing these counters, and they just really don't want the stove. And he goes, I was going to take it and put it out in the barn and blah, blah, blah. And he goes, but it's too nice to just sit in the barn. He goes, how about we trade? And I said, okay. So within the next couple of days, I'm supposed to get a newer stove. And I'm like, okay. Well, he didn't know they were going to get it till he put the cabinets in for these people. They didn't know they were going to get rid of it, but they got the new cabinets and everything, and a new stainless steel, and they don't like the stove because it didn't fit the kitchen out, so they're going to get a new stove. But anyway, but to the point, out of nowhere, I'm going to get a newer stove, and he's going to get a stove because he only wants a couple of burners to work. For it's going to be out under a shed and stuff. It doesn't matter if the door is rusty, because once it gets outside, I've got paint to paint the door. But the whole thing is I never took the door off and sanded it down. It was one of the things I was going to get to, and all of a sudden rust is taking it over, and it's like it's dying right in front of my eyes. So just out of nowhere, here's a this and there's a that and something here and something there. So I find all of it to be blessings, and I find a lot of it to be related to y'all. And as the sunlight rolls across the planet, pushing the darkness, the two combine and deposit pure energy into all creative clay. Yep, and other stuff too. I I can't remember who it was I was listening to, and they were discussing the Bible and religion and stuff like this. And I thought I was listening to myself. And what I mean by that is, you all have heard me. We must include aliens in our discussion of many things. We cannot leave them out of this overall equation. Past, present, and current, and possibly the future, we're going to have to deal with this stuff, whether we actually are personally involved or not. But I mean, we have to understand it. It's there, been there, and all that kind of stuff. So, but I heard this other person. It was like, and he was saying, religion is not going to save us from the aliens. And I was like, what? It sounds like something I would say, right? But he was serious in that he said people and Christians and stuff that, that they just think aliens are just, that they're not real and that it's not part of it. And he goes, my fellow Christians need to wake up to this. And I was like, right on, buddy. Sell it, tell it. But I thought to myself, now I can't remember who the person was, but it was on a channel with a decent viewership and all. I mean, when it says 1 point something K, I'm like, that's more than 7 or 8 that I get. I'm not complaining, mind you. But I was like, so more people have watched what he said about that. And so I was like, right on, you go, because it is true. We have to include it. Now, all these stories and this and that, but my point is that whether or not it's accurate about everybody's a reptilian or a this or that, that's not my point. My point is very simple. We just have to understand that they have been a part of this. That's all. Now, as we learn and know and things get out there, one of these days we'll really know what some of these folks' intent are. I mean, for me, and some of the messages that I've got, the Christus and them folk, they're for saving the planet. They think that there are enough human beings on this planet. If they were given the right information, given the right impetus, they would be better people. They would start acting better between each other and stuff, and quit being monkeys, as Dante says. So, but if people don't have the information and they're just assume that this guy's right, then this guy's right tomorrow, and these folks were right yesterday, and in 10 days these folks are, holy crap. But if we just understand the basics, which is they do exist, there are aliens for a long time, there's lots of other things in the universe, and we just need to get over that point, but and move on with that information. Do I know everything about these aliens or whatever? The answer is no. But do I know they've been around? Yes, there are signs. Yes, there's this. Yes, there's proof over here. Yes, there's proof in cave writings. Yes, the Egyptians, that little spaceship, I saw a Ramses exhibit in Jacksonville many years ago, and went to the Egyptian thing and just spent the day. And being so close to be able to touch some of this thing that were 3,000 years old, and you look at it and go, these people knew something. Well, why do you say that? Because that's an airplane right there. I built airplanes. I know what they look like. That's an airplane right there. And the little one, little short, stubby one, I think it was either made out of gold or gold plate or something. It was really pretty. And but to the point, if they made these little ones, and then there were folks who made a scale model and scaled it up, and it flew. So it's like um, the Egyptians knew a whole lot more. But with that, there's also the proof that they knew stuff about flying machines and all. So we have to put the aliens in this. But um, but the Charistas, for example, along with some of these other bastards that have been trying to kill us off. um, I'll talk about my daughter for a moment, and because I think it's important in the conversation of this. She told me, she goes, I really wanted Trump, but she goes, I'm so glad that Biden is in there now. As much as I don't agree with him, she goes, because he's really going to fight against climate change. And all those trees they cut in Brazil, and all the cow farts and everything. And I said, okay, please stop right there. And she was like, what's wrong? And I said, you're talking about cow farts? It's bullshit. She goes, well, Pop. And I said, look, clear cutting large forestations and stuff, for whatever reason, is bad. Having, argued with clear cutting around here, they've changed forestry practices. So can we gain areas and stuff without clear cutting? The answer is yes. So it's not whether they can cut the trees, it's how they do it and the farming and practices. So, yes, we can do better. But this idea that it's because the cow farts create the methane. And I said, honey, the last time you ate beans, I said, did you fart? She went, well, And I said, that's methane. There are more humans on this planet than cows. I said, so you're going to blame the cows for for the farts. But what about the deer? What about the goats? What about the chickens? What about, and what about humans? Humans fart every day. So the idea that it's farts, that it's the methane, I said, Have you looked at the volcanoes lately? There's more from these volcanoes going on right now that's creating more of a climate change than any number of cow farts. Stop it. Oh, but we can do better. What we can't change the climate. Now, some of those guys who have modified the climate and so forth and stuff, they have. But you and me, oh, well, if we use batteries instead of gasoline. Have you heard about lithium mining? How nasty it is to the environment? What kind of batteries are in these cars and all that? Lithium. So, oh, but we're doing better because, listen, years ago in Europe, Ford of Europe came up with an Opel Kadett that got 90 miles to the gallon of diesel and could do it at 130 miles an hour. It was a little Opel GT Kadett, looked like a sports car thingy, I mean, like a race car. 90 miles to the gallon on diesel. And you tell me, say, oh, we need all this. No, we don't. There, we already have technology. Electric is great, but the kinds of things that they use to make the batteries with, now there's really good technology that's on the future. But what are you going to do with all these spent casings? What are you going to do with what comes out of these batteries? You have to dispose of them. Well, but it's battery. Oh, it's electric. Yeah, it's only going to last so long. Then it's going to poop out. You're going to have to buy a new battery, which is really freaking expensive. And what are you going to do with the spent lithium and the stuff which is now toxic and is different? And what are you going to do with it? I'm, I, I'm, you're just going to dump it in the landfill, then see where we haven't learned a thing. Now, but there are folks who are using different methods and different things for batteries in all kinds of stuff. But, there are people who are already scratching their heads going, at the amount of lithium that they need to produce all these electric cars and all these other things, it's like, and lithium mining is nasty. So, but to the point, and where, now lithium is the new gold or platinum, right? So all this, oh, electric this and electric that. Okay, all right, fine, but there's more to it, you know, there's just more to it. So I think the balance should be if you've got just regular batteries with the efficiency and so forth, that you can run on a really nice high lean amount of gasoline that comes on, keeps your battery charged as the hybrid thing, right? It's got both. So the electric runs the car, but the gasoline or diesel engine just keeps the batteries charged. It's like just a generator. That you I say jokingly, but you can put a little tailgater um, and thingy and put it in the trunk, right? And so it kicks on when the batteries get low and it runs long enough to bring the batteries back up. To me, that's really not a bad way. But this idea of all electric, no gas, no nothing, right? It's like there are a lot of different kinds of gases. There's propane, there's Brown's gas, there's a lot of different sources of fuel for just wanting to kick combustion engines just out the door. The fact, you know, the fact that we use, gasoline or diesel and oh, it's so dirty and all that. Yeah, okay. Um, we have other things that we can use. They're not being pushed in any way. Oh, ethanol. I don't mean that. I mean, there are other types of gas. Um, iridium spark plugs. Yeah. If you still put diapers on the beach, do you really think they are couth enough to use a pine cone? Oh, I don't, humans just need reach between their legs and reverse hand position. Granny uses spark plugs and magnets to power things. I'm it went by, I missed. My point to this is that years ago they were doing there was a guy that was down in Florida that had come up with this idea that Delaney says, I felt major energy stuff when I saw the Egyptian stuff in Milwaukee. I think it took I think I took a few ghosts home that day. Oh my goodness. Yeah, trees clean methane from the air, right. But so here's the thing. And so in my conversation with my daughter, I said, listen, honey, the leaves that fall on the ground in my backyard um, rot, right? Yeah. It's not, yeah. But when they rot, guess what? They produce methane. So if you've got a, crap, um, not a scrap pile. You put your garbage in it and you turn it over as for your garden. One of those. I can't think of the name of that right now. But anyway, organic thing makes worms. So, but in the wintertime, when I worked at a cotton gin all them years ago, they there's a byproduct of the cotton gin that's got some seed in it and some trash and garbage and sticks and burrs. I mean, all the trash, right? And they call it moat. And so the cotton goes in over here and the moat gets put into a trailer over here. So when the moat trailers would get full, our job was to bring in an empty one and then take the one that was full and take it way out back and dump it, right? Well, in the wintertime, when it was cold, we'd go out there at night and lights in the neighborhood, and you could see the heat come off of these big piles of cotton moat. And so we were talking, and there are guys who would put some, they cooked eggs in the moat. They dug a hole into the moat and put their, like a hard boiled egg kind of thing, and just to see if it would work. And when they found out that they could, so and there was a lot of machines that warm up, and we would put our dinner or lunch or whatever uh, in aluminum foil and put it on a machine that got warm, right? And it would heat your supper up without going to a microwave because we didn't have microwaves back then. Um, but one of the things they did was so they put their stuff in some aluminum foil, go out back and stick their dinner in the moat pile. And, had we had a thermometer or whatever, but you could see the steam rise when when the weather got into the 40s. And, and it was like, what if we could heat up our lunch this way? Sure enough. So, but that's methane, that's off gassing, and all the pigs that poop. So they blame it on the cows when there's probably more methane comes off of pigs. And what about the rest of the critters on the planet? I was like, squirrels poop. They have a poo. So you're going to get rid of squirrels, you're going to get rid of rabbits. What about the rest of Mother Nature? So they blame it on the cows. See how much that's bullshit? They don't include any other critter that they all fart and poop. You know, if they're eating it, it's coming out. There's something on the other end, right? But everything, the leaves in my backyard that fall on the ground in the wintertime, you know, they as they degrade, they create methane. So this I hope so. But anyway, I explained to her, I said, listen, there's some common sense. And darling, you know me over the years. I'm an environmentalist. I will speak on the plastic in the rivers. I will speak about the styrofoam. I will speak, yeah, yeah. But cow farts, and we're gonna stop climate change when there are all these volcanoes going off. Please, darling, don't be absurd. You know, don't listen to it. Biden is just fooling you. Well, what about Trump? And I said, Trump was trying to get us out of the UN and out of the Agenda 21, which was trying to impose all this craziness on us. Do we need to stop clear cutting? The answer is yes. Do we need better ways of being? The answer is yes. But Is all of this really going to stop global warming and everything? The answer is absolutely no. It will have an effect, but it's going to be a small percentage. There are too many trees that are growing around here. There's too, is the planet losing trees? The California, the Sierra, and up in the mountains, yeah, they got issues. Clear cutting's not good. I'm against that. I am. I've been against it for a long time, simply because there's a better way. You got to leave some trees. You just have to. And if you're grazing, the trees create shade and habitat and stuff for other animals. That's good. To the point. As a forester, I had my 2-year degree and have been a forester all my years. Yeah. So, are there things that we can fix, that we can do, that mankind can help nurse Mother Earth, with producing better trees and stopping wildfires by doing prescribed burnings and things. We do these other things to keep us, from having catastrophes. So people get lax. It's all about money. It's all about profit. And then the planet suffers. But here's the thing, all the wildfires and stuff out west this year, Mother Nature will survive. Mother Nature is going to be here after we're all gone. You know what I mean? So if it takes 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, but here's the thing, after Mount St. Helens blew its top them years ago, they were all very surprised at how quickly things came up after the eruption and downstream from the flow and all that kind of stuff. So Mother Nature is very resilient. Mankind's living or expectations might not go along with Mother Nature's timetable, but she always survives. So what should we do? Should we, applaud people who talk about climate change? We should talk to people about plastics and garbage and trash and waste, and absolutely. But we should leave the word climate change out of, no, because that ain't part of it. Are we nasty human beings and throw shit everywhere? Yes. Can we stop it? Sure. Clean Up America back in the day with the crying Indian and the please don't litter. I grew up with that, right? But I gotta say though, in driving through all the states, Georgia was the dirtiest. I just I gotta say, Georgia was the dirtiest. I'm hands down. I mean, drove through lots of parts of North Carolina, drove through Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio. I mean, even in places in Ohio that I thought, well, I've always heard about Ohio and Dayton and dirt and stuff, and it was like there was the odd trash thingy and stuff, but it wasn't this filthy, garbage laden. 10 minutes. Oh, T minus 10. Okay. You can never have enough common sense. So, but to my daughter, I was, darling, I love you, but please don't buy into this. Plastics, the water, tape. Yeah. Do we need to fix these things? Yes. And I told my granddaughter because she mentioned something about it. And I said, listen, darling, you know, they have improved coal fired plants. Oh, the climate change is stupid. We have more issues, and nobody talks about this, that the and Dr. Ram, right, Richard Allen Miller, he talked about this years ago, but I agree with him. And I moved out of the Tampa area because of the Crystal River power nuclear plants down there. Was too close to them some bitches if they ever blew up, right? And the cross Florida barge canal goes through there. And I had dreams of when I lived down there of that thing going off and splitting Florida into two sections. Uh, but anyway, uh, Crystal River complex in South would turn into an island. Think about that one. But anyway, it almost is, but because of the cross Florida barge canal. Um, but anyway, so I moved up here to Georgia, right? So I'm looking around and I went camping on the Georgia side at a camp off of the um, is it the Chattahoochee River? Yeah, I guess it is. It is the Chattahoochee on the Alabama Georgia line. Anyway, when I'm floating down in a canoe and paddling around at this little park there in Early County, and there are signs nuclear plant ahead. I'm like, what? This has been quite a few years ago. So I was like, couldn't believe it. There's a nuclear plant on the Alabama side. And I'm like, well, where's the big steam tower and all this? Well, it's a new design, a smaller profile. Oh, is it time? Oh, 4 minutes. Okay. But so I got to reload. That gives me just enough time to. It's my birthday and I can smoke if I want to, right? I told my friends earlier. I said, y'all are driving, but I can. I want to. I ain't going to take anything with us in the car or nothing. But I'm going to sit here and smoke this. I'm going to smoke this bowl before we go to town. I was polite because they're driving and everything, and I hated to smoke in front of them. But so hack this joint will make it. Here we go. Yeah. Give a hoot, don't pollute, never say a dirty bird. Yeah. Leave no footprint. Absolutely, that kind of thing. And so, there have been so many times I've went places, pack it in, you pack it out, and pack other stuff. You pick up cigarette butts on the way. And there was one that 90-year-old Indian lady that I met years ago up in Tullahoma. Me and my daughter, they missed the bus and had to drive them to Nashville so they could get back to their destinations. But she smoked, chain smoked, Pall Mall unfiltered. And she's the one I've talked about before who could bead without looking at the beads. Small beading, I'm talking about. But in her understanding, but she said, I smoke cigarettes, but she said, I refuse to throw a butt on the ground, even though I smoke non-filtered. She goes, I know it's wrong. And so there are people who talk about, and I've seen some of these folks, oh, Mother Nature and all of this. And, they're smoking on a cigarette. And then the first thing you do is take that butt and flick it out onto the ground. So it's like, ooh, you and Mother Nature and back to the earth and all this kind of stuff. You just flicked your damn cigarette butt out across the pristine, and threw it in the river. What? Oh, well, it's just a cigarette butt. You're missing a point. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, but it's just a cigarette butt. It's 319. Is that what it says? Yep, 319. Glad your priorities are straight. Yeah. Here's to you, Hawkeye Gooden token. Thank you, SB. But so, um, I just look at some of these folks and go, you can put it out on the ground, but pick your butt up. Literally, grab a hold of your drawers and pick your butt up. Um, so for me, I get tired of picking up other people's stuff, and I have, when if I take I want to take the canoe out when I go to the river, so Duggar can learn how to get in and out of the river of the canoe because he already knows how to get in and out of the kayak, right? But I just can't. I honestly, the next time we go, I just don't want him sitting on my cojones, for 2.5 hours while I try to paddle with him sitting right between. It's really difficult. I love him, but and he likes riding too. He really does. But got to move to the canoe. That's all there is to it. I need to have a little bit more room, and so he'll have more foot room than me, but when he sits on my lap, but that's not the point. Um, you know, um, it's very awkward. My back pocket after a night out is like dumping an ashtray. Time 20. There we go. Now, whoo-wee, here's for being 69 and still, Um, for example, this next year coming up, I don't know if I'll have the y'all take a sip for me. I will. If you had it, wouldn't you smoke, Betty? I'm just wondering because if we meet up and sit by the fire, I would love to share. So, but anyway, but I also understand when people can't. I have been there too. But this one's for you, Betty. But there's also for like my friend Martha, she couldn't smoke it, but she'd eat it. When she passed away, there were still brownies in her freezer that I had made her, and some can of butter, that she put it in the freezer. She's the one that told me about freezing the butter. And I was like, what? So somewhere I think still in my freezer is like a pound of can of butter from the last time I made a batch. So waiting to bake on something. But anyway, I'm still eating my own brownies out of the freezer and these other Rice Krispie treats. So made some butter the other day. Did you? Maverick. Now I went through a bunch of stuff. So I read that, and it seems to work because the everything turned out good right in the butter. But but for me, when I was growing up back in the day, we was like, what? Well, you have to heat the weed in the oven for at a certain, like 160, 170, don't go over 180 to draw the terpenes and the oils out, and then you make the butter. And so, like for 40 minutes, you bake it, and and I thought that's just plumb dumb for me. But I tried it and made the butter, and it was like, well, now here's the thing: if you did it another way, how would you know? Now I know there are people who test it by the amount of THC or CBD, and I'm like, but I mean, but here's my point. If you use the butter to make something to eat with and it gets you high, it helps your body and all that kind of stuff, then did it work? Well, it felt it. Okay, did it work? The answer is yes. Well, how good? Well, I don't know. But it was a nice body high. Okay. But just so my point is one way actually better than another? So, but anyway, I followed, quote, the new instructions versus how I used to do it way back in the day, the old hippie days, right? Before I knew all the stuff, what the hell a terpene was, right? Um, Salute. Yeah, one more time. Oh, it's 324, like my birthday was 24. So that's good for another 20. Like I have talked about, when I grew in the old school bus and how simple we did it using just basic stuff. And now people have got all these gizmos and thingies, and we just kind of did it by ear and did it by hand, and we had some the best, especially back then. And if I'm lying, I'm dying. But honestly, so it's like, I know how to do it without going to all this, without going and I could do if it just wasn't against the law. And it was fun, and there were different kinds, and it was great. Hey, Barry, it's my party, and I'll smoke if I want to, smoke if I want to. You could fire too if you happen to. So let's all fire it up, right? So anyway, But for me, and I hope that having nothing to do with me and my birthday, because you always hear me talking about it, that we can make a change in our life at any moment, at any point. And it's been interesting in some of these stories I've been listening to, the anime and some of these other stuff, and they say in there, like it's the samurai swordman and he's down and out. And so it's the pep talk. But there are some things that it's been very interesting, the conversation between the bad guys and the good guys and the morals that are discussed. Yeah, it's a cartoon, but I mean, but listening to the conversation of these characters, and some of these are like within the last 3 or 4 years, I have found it to be very, not alarming, but awareness, it's blown me away. And I was like, it's really well done. And the dots connect and the story's good, but there's also meaning in the story. There's morals in the story. There's, conflict of good and evil and what is good and what is evil. And if you were brought up evil, is that good? I mean, you say, what the hell did you just say? But if you had a devil for a mama and a papa, I mean, for real, like if someone was born in, Brazil, so you're Brazilian, okay, you were born there, so can't help it, that's where you were born. So as a Brazilian, you learned you grew up a particular way. Folks that live in South Georgia kind of grow up in a particular way. People who grew up in Tampa grow up in a way. People who grow up in Jersey, I'm from Jersey. You from Jersey? They grow up a particular way. Is any of them better than the other? It depends on where you grow up. So, but if you grow up and and you're Brazilian or evil or whatever, and it's ain't your fault because you were born and your mom and daddy were like this. I mean, back in the day, if your mom and daddy were both KKK, you kind of knew where you was headed, right? So the little guys were, they were KKK and too, not really understanding why, but um, so can you fault uh, a 10-year-old who grew up with parents who both were KKK? Can you fault the kid? Well, it's his fault. No, it ain't. He's been taught, trained, whatever. So in whatever that's just a really good example because living down here in the South. But not every white person belonged to the KKK. I mean, it was a secret club, and there were white people that got killed because they knew about the KKK. And I've talked about some strange things that are still going on to this day. They don't burn crosses, but it's still alive and well within quote the white community in places down here. They're Republican, let me just say. But they're hunters, they're plantation owners, they own big property, they are feeding the deer, they're doing things. You know, we were talking about it the other day, and about the property that's around here and how many of these pieces of property, like upriver here. Me and Doug, I went over to rode across the bridge to see how high the water was, and just right here. Um, and as I went to turn around this piece of property, they've clear cut it. I mean, I mean, they have clear cut this sucker, okay? Pine trees. But it's supposedly owned, as other people talked about, some German brothers or something, and they bought the property to uh, to let the trees grow, and then they were going to cut the trees down. Um, So, but anyway, when I went up the corner there and turned and looked up the hill, I was like, "Holy crap!" What? There's a nice forest and everything. Is just now, they ain't nothing. Now they did a good job. I mean, they literally cleaned the place up. There's not a lot of debris. I mean, they cut the trees out, but they took the debris out. And I mean, I had ice cream. I'm going to ride back up there and look, um, because I was told that when it wasn't hunting season, I could walk that place. And after they clear cut it and everything, it'd be interesting. You can see way off in the distance, all the way down to the river, and upriver north of the bridge, the terrain and the bank of the river changes. I don't know how to explain it, but just north of the bridge and so forth, the river bank kind of disappears and it just gets really flat. And in places, there's no definition of a riverbank. There's a channel, but if the water comes up, it just spreads all over the place. It gets really wide. So, but anyway, it's an interesting, the little Oclockney River in my backyard, the terrain and the watershed and all that. It Having been here and just looked it and lived it, it's really really interesting. But the people who own the property and everything, um, everybody this time of year is putting corn out for the deer and the turkeys, right? Hunting season's here. Folks have been hunting with a bow already. Like I said the other day, a deer walked down the driveway at about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning because it had just rained. It was the day that the front came through. Me and Duggar went up to dump the garbage and check the mail, and there were fresh deer print coming down the driveway. And the first print, the last one going up the hill, was standing right there at the gate at the road. So, he was standing at the gate in the driveway just the other day. So, and came down the hill, and that's when Duggar barked, and it was what, you know, because in looking at the prints, you could tell where the prints get deeper where they jumped and ran, and I lost the tracks. But so talking with one of the neighbors today, I said, it's interesting about the deer because I'm sure the deer have been on my property. I said, I expect them in the backyard right behind the house and over here, but to be walking down the driveway, where'd they come from? And now I know we got a lot of water, but it's not that flooded. My question, and I scratch my head, is that what has changed the deer so that they've changed their walking pattern? Why are they walking down my driveway? I mean, why are they walking up the driveway? What's up on the other side? I mean, there's a house and this. Where are they going? You know, what's over there that's so special? Um, I'm just curious is that, because deer over the many years that I've been here, I can tell you where the deer trails are, that they go all the way north and south along the river, and there are highways on this side of the river at the river. There are trails on the other side of the river at a certain distance. And so there'll be a trail close to the river, then so many yards away, there'll be another avenue that they'll go north and south. So when they travel, they might travel along the river this time, coming home or going back. They'll move over 50 yards and come back through a whole different section. Same piece of property, same, so they'll go up or down, so, but then they'll move over again. If it's really wet, then they'll move up or down or across, right? So my curiosity is that going up and down the driveway, whatever's going on is like, that's just interesting, right? All the years I've lived here, never seen that happen. So, is it possible? Have they gone up and down the driveway before? Probably. But it's just interesting. I've never seen the signs and never actually seen them. And for me, I've seen them just within the last month twice. Duggar saw them just the other day, but that's the same time we saw the the prints. So, but anyway, we also have an overabundance of deer. So the question came up for my neighbors who deer hunt. We love you, Sheila and Ricky. We do. Um, other people might say, "Well, wait a minute. How many deer did you kill last year?" You killed them? Yeah, well, we turned them into sausage and hamburger. They've shared meat with me. They share meat with other people, And so my question, what do you do with the skins? And it was like, well, we just kind of get rid of them. Well, I'm going to do something with the skins. I've known some folks who tanned hide deer skin and made buckskin, right? And you do slow fire, smoke it, and there is a technique. So um, I got nothing better to do these days. And, in the wintertime, when it's cool and everything, to be outside, but to have a fire but to be doing something like tanning a hide and, uh, there's motivation there, ooh, let's go out and, build a little smoke fire and sit out and but anyway, uh, dear God, I don't know what we, those things to myself. I need to be here with loving people. Y'all feed my soul. Well, thank you. A bag of ice cream. Now that's one thing I didn't have today, and I didn't have any cake. But um, well, I went by this uh, down in Thomasville. It's the Mennonites ladies who run this bakery. Oh my God, can they bake? There was years ago, I talked about one of the Mennonite ladies who I met when I was overseeing a kitchen at the thing. Anyway, Moultrie Expo, big farm thing. And we were, she was a little younger than me, but not by much, right? I would have been a Mennonite if, holy cow, and cook. I often have wondered if that would have changed my life. I'd have quit drinking and smoking and doing drugs, and I'd have been a man of God a long time ago. Beautiful blue eyes, and I still have, yeah, that she was just a lovely lady and nice and kind, and you know. So anyway, but um, there are times we maybe should have taken a turn and didn't. We just kept going straight. You know what I mean? So we go, wow, there, look at that. Well, if I look over here, here's this picture, like looking out. So say me, I'm an auto, well, I'm not an automobile, but I'm a vehicle. Okay, so I'm traveling through life, and my eyes are like looking out the windows, right? If you were riding down the road and on vacation, like I did, right? So, but these are the windows, right? So from your brain, you're looking out, but you're also looking out a window or in, depending. But so you say, well, there's a really nice stop over here. I know. Well, we're not really doing anything. We could actually spend the night or actually a couple of days. The rent's really cheap, and we can help out. And these people are nice, and so you say no, we're just going to keep going straight. So you met them, saw them, really wanted to, spend more time, but, for whatever reason, down the road you go. But then there are times, depending on what's going on, where you stop and you visit and you get to know the folks. And when they're out back, working in their garden, you go out and help them, you know, whatever it is. And you say, well, we're pulling weeds. Okay, I'll take this. And where do you want me to start? You got a hoe or how you doing this? Betty, I'm proud, honestly. Ain't ain't y'all some good people? You know, when I did that video, 12 hours, 24 hours ago, I was serious when I said, y'all are the reason I'm here. And, I know I talk kind of sort of talk trash sometimes about some things, and is there wisdom in that? Like I've said before, I'm not trying to copy George Carlin. But there are a lot of times I feel like George is in me. like there's a voice that in that, like I try to be comedic with some stuff and everything, but at the same time, sometimes we just have to pay attention to, like really serious stuff and that nobody seemed to give a shit about. But everybody's talking about how much they love the earth. Okay. And while they raise their plastic bottle up, you know, to salute, plastic bottle here. We love the world, What are you doing with the plastic bottle? Just asking. But it's clean water. How do you know? Well, it says potable water, yeah, but how do you where there was years ago there was spring water from a place in North Carolina. Now, after this happened, there was like a big to do about it. I don't know what ever happened. But to my point, I was up looking for a particular forest road that was still in North Carolina, but was just north of the Georgia line, right? So I'm looking for this forest road and taking it along. So I found this one, right? And I go down this road, I don't know, half a mile or so. And I remember it was on the right hand side. And here's this bottling company, right? Such and such spring water. And there was a little cutout spot on the side of this hill. And it was just this a little building with trucks and whatever. And I, as when I got back home, I did a little, somebody's talked about this particular type of water because I'd seen it, North Carolina spring water. And I was like, well, I was right there where they distribute this. And they were like, what are you talking about? And I said, there's this little building up there, and they had the bottles and the stuff. And I say little as compared to this great big, 100,000 square foot something. It wasn't like that at all. So it was much smaller operation. And I said, but it said on the sign, home, home uh, headquarters, home office for blah, 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 bottling and spring water. And I was like, was there anything special? No, they were using the local water and just kind of turned on the tap and filled up the bottles kind of thing. There was nothing special about it. So there were folks, the argument started back then about, well, if, if they were in the mountains and it supposedly the water did come from a mountain spring, that was true. But there were people who thought, well, but there's something special supposed to be else thrown in. Well, it says on the bottom, mountain spring water. What else do you expect? They do. It is in the mountains. It is in North Carolina. That's all true. And they got a mountain right behind the place, right? And I can't vouch for the spring thing, but I know there are a lot of places up there that have the spring. So I'm not, saying yes or no about the spring, but everything is true. That's not false advertisement. But because they were a small organization, their water costs a little more. So therefore, it became special, and I can't remember the name of it, but they came under scrutiny because they were a small operation. They weren't trying to oversell what they had. They were charging what they thought they needed because they're a small operation. They the bottling, everything, they were kind of doing it themselves right there. So, but anyway, but was it good water? Everybody loved it. So shut up. Well, but it just came out of the tap. It just, so y'all like it, right? Anybody got sick? No. It was good water, had been checked, but they didn't use any filters or nothing. So they didn't, there was no false advertisement. So, but somebody else is going to bitch about it. It's just crazy how many people I encounter that have no care or concern of anything, but they're selfish. But I'm trying to, yes, absolutely. I was talking to her a while, but she was George Carlin left us with a lot of material. Yeah, don't need to look for jokes. You can't make up Washington's crap. Absolutely. That's my country and the Commonwealth. Yep. But anyway, so in looking at the universe, you know, so many people still will only look at these things down here. And whether you understand the rest of the universe or not, because I'm fixing to go into my prayer here, um, I've been very busy today and it's going on 4 o'clock kind of thing. So, um, then I've been yapping with y'all for 2.5 hours. So, and I just wanted to get really, I'm nothing special, just have a chat with y'all and tell you thank you for all the gifts and open up the box. I'll probably have to do just a short video of of what's in the box, versus what I did tonight after an hour and then I got into it. That just, kind of wasn't fair. But anyway, so what do we take from all of the stuff that's going on? And some of this stuff is, they want double vaccinations, and now Fauci's been on the griddle for lying and cheating and stuff. We knew he was lying and cheating 2 years ago. Ain't nobody paid attention because for those of us, there is no justice. There, if one side was, if they really wanted the guy out, he would be out. Oh no, but see, they both want Fauci because he's the scapegoat. We can blame this on him, and he's dumb enough to let us do it. He's dumb enough to put his credentials on the line. Well, he ain't got no credentials. He's changed his mind so many times. I mean, Fauci's changed his mind so many times. You'd swear he worked at a tire store. You know, flat tires everywhere. And this, but anyway, country joke. But changes his mind all the time, and this and that. Now the double vaccination, now triple vaccination. Why don't you just get an IV and pump this shit in? They obviously, for those of us who remember Agenda 21 thingy, whoever they are, they really want it to happen, and the rest of us are saying no. The rest of us are standing up. Whether we agree with the thing, the forcing us to do it is what's got everybody riled up. You're not going to force me to do this. So whether I agree or not, but you're not going to force me. That's the deal. That is our innate freedom and right. It should be. And me being the hippie and looking for not necessarily free love and all that, but the idea that we have freedoms. And there are certain things like, being arrested and thrown in jail, for this little mamby-pamby amount of drugs, when there are people who have committed murder and are, CIA agents and millions of dollars of cocaine and weapons and stuff, and I get more time than these guys do. And it's so there is no justice. It's them against the rest of us. It's their games, and whether or not we are sometimes end up in their game. As I have known some people who were in the sheriff's department. One guy worked for the Tampa Police Department back in the day when I still lived in Tampa. But they all had their hands in something, making money on the side. Now, not necessarily bad, but but they still had their hands in something. Well, because he was a cop. Well, if you're a cop, then you could help patrol my property or something. I'll pay you so much a month if you'll just kind of sit in the parking lot in the evenings and in case any riffraff or something shows up. And because you're an off-duty cop. And so and then a lot of things are a lot shadier than that. But and for every cop that tried to, he always had something going on the side because he was a cop. Not that it was shady, but because he was a cop, people would approach him. I knew a guy down there that he was a cop, and but in his off duty, he loved to do lawn work. So he said, "Oh, hey, that sheriff's deputy? Yeah, he also does lawns. So, hey, well, I got this apartment complex and I keep having problems. I can't trust these guys. This guy's the deputy sheriff. Yeah, He does a good job too. Really? Yeah. And we can trust him because he's a deputy sheriff. He got all kinds of jobs on the side. You know, how do I know this? When I got out of jail, I worked for a few days for him to get some extra bucks so I could have a bus ticket and everything to come back to Georgia because until my probation papers went through. And so I know because I worked in one of the apartment complexes and I worked really hard. He saw the work I did and he paid me really well. And that was back in '79, you know. So, but to the thing, there was nothing shady about it. But because he was a cop, people trusted him more and he got jobs on the side. But anyway, I must be too young from the right part. Are you in a cult, Isby? I smoked too much weed. Yeah, there are some folks. Like, no, I've told all my pops on Arnie, you know, and salute to Arnie, your birthday on the 19th last week. But anyway, uh, that in his later life, you know, when he'd come up to Thomasville from, you know, Florida, and, you know, we had a theater thing go on, I'd invite him up. And then we'd have, you know, cast parties after the play, and we'd all play poker and stuff like that. And, you know, and so he'd come up and stay. Um, but he hung out with people that, you know, were, you know, 8, 10 years younger than him, not, you know, closer to his age than us, actually, you know, and everybody be smoking in there and cigars and everything and playing poker and having a good time. And, you know, one guy be smoking it, blow it literally towards, you know, Arnie's way and then give it to him. And whether I never saw him take it, but it always kind of lingered as he passed that joint to the next person. So I'm glad my old man got a chance to, you know, be that comfortable, you know, and to, you know, to where earlier folks was like, oh, you smoke that weed. And, you know, so we learned that smoking that weed or being around folks that smoked the weed, you know, we were a pretty good group. Well, there was always one or two that they were just assholes anyway. So, but that normally everything we just all had a good time and laughed, and you know, we loved each other in that we were friends and looked out for each other. So um, I started smoking weed in '76. I had in '76 I went from weed to acid to weed, moved to Georgia, and then did mushrooms. I graduated to the natural high. Oh my God, I lived next to a mushroom field. Oh my God, and I learned how to cultivate them. I had dried mushrooms, they were in the freezer. Oh my God, knew how where they were going to be at almost every type of time of year because I learned that when you found them, you know, you always left the stem. And sometimes, if it was a little too dry, you went around with a canteen of water or whatever and kind of sprinkled a little, you know, because sometimes it would get really dry and they, you know, were slower in summertime. And in the wintertime, I knew where they would be under the trees and under leaves and stuff. I could find a mushroom almost any time of year. And I lived there for quite a few years in this house in that house. So there are folks who talk about mushrooms and growing and all that. Yeah, okay, I get it. But I cultivated 20 acres of um, grazed land, farmland, that kind of thing. And, you know, do you know how mushrooms act in nature? Well, what do you mean? And I said, well, you know, how they like to grow with different temperatures and heights. And They don't grow out in the sunlight in a big open field on the top of a hill. Now, in wintertime, when the sun's down, then it'll be in some grass. They'll grow up there on the top of the hill. But if it's middle of summertime and it's hot up there, they don't grow out in the open unless there's a lot of rain in certain conditions. But you will find them down the hill at different climate things down the hill. And it doesn't, I don't mean a mountain, I'm talking a hill, right? But down in the bottoms, you'll find different places, and you'll know by the terrain, and to be able to, you'll find a clump of grass, and you to stop and look straight down in that clump of grass, because it could be some old poo, right? And in the middle of this clump of grass are these two or three tiny little mushrooms that are only like this tall, caps maybe this big around, not very big, right? And to eat a half of one of those will blow you away for like a half a day easy. You're gone. And it's going to take the rest of the other half of that day to like get your brain back. So, but people talk about, well, I know how to do this, and but when I see them in the wild or whatever, they have no clue what time of year, the temperatures, the moisture, where these mushrooms would grow down here, up here, or they just, well, there should be a mushroom around here somewhere. And they're all up on top of the hill, right? I can't find any mushrooms. I go into the same field, go down, look into places because of time of year, temperature, all this stuff, and come out with mushrooms. How'd you do that? Well, I also honestly believe that I could hear them. I could smell them. I could hear them. I'd be walking along and just go stop and turn around and take one or two steps back and look down and look straight down in the top of this clump of grass that's growing up. There'd be a couple of mushrooms in that tall grass. Can't see them unless you look straight down on them, right? And I have found mushroom after mushroom on certain fields that I used years ago. But I haven't been able to get into those fields. And now there's big chicken farms there in this one field I used to walk. And, so in other fields that I've looked around, I've just not seen any mushrooms growing. But now this year here on the property, I've seen more mushrooms of different types, all types, just weird things I've never seen before. In the dark maroon reddish kind of area, kind of like pretty. And I went back to look at it because I have a mushroom book and I couldn't put the two together. But are you out here, David? I'm out of here too. Your mouth is watering. Yeah. But so there are folks around here that say that there are still natural fields that, there are mushrooms. I just haven't found them. Um, Back in the day. The other thing is though, um, for around here, you have to have somebody to drop you off. Sweetest dreams. Yeah. So I'd say, okay, here's the field. This is what I'm going to do. Drop me off and give me an hour and just come back and get me. So drop me off. I'd hop the fence and into the field I'd go. And, I'd make sure that within an hour, and sometimes they'd drive down and they'd just go beep beep like that. No, and I'd know that they were in the neighborhood, right? And so they'd drive around, and I'd come out of the field, and they'd come back by the corner or whatever it was, and I'd run and get the vehicle, right? So I never parked beside the road. Well, being by myself, there are places that I might would go venture in, but I really need somebody to drop me off. You know what I mean? I don't know the neighbors, and I don't want to park my truck. So I would go in if somebody was nearby, that would drop me off and let me go look, right? But anyways, but to the point though, but that's how I learned how to. It's 4 o'clock Easter Daylight Time on 9/25/2021. And old Hawkeye Two Feathers sitting in with you with my good friends here on late night, early morning Soul Tribe chat line, and all the dear friends that have come and sit and we chat about all kinds of stuff here, and we love you, each and every one of you. Um, one of the things in kind of sort of changing the subject, but in that the wonderful thing that Brian and I talked about, that what do we expect from you know, our channels and what we want. And that was just to connect with people, right? And for people to be able to connect with other people. And I've said this, and I don't really mean that we did this as an experiment, but the expression that this social experiment of starting a channel and talking about stuff, and and that people come on and connect with other people, and they share, and this happens. And to me, the results have been an outstanding, wonderful. Oh my God, I'm not trying to qualify it, but it's a success more than it has been a failure. And I didn't set out to be a success. I'm just a messenger and to have the conversation. But the fact that it has developed into something else all of its own because of you, not because of me. Now, the interesting thing is, as Teresa and some other folks have talked about, y'all started something like off to the side, a Hawkeye, whatever it was. They gave me a link and I could join. That was so funny. But I'm humbled by it. I'm like, damn, like all these gifts and stuff for my birthday. That's a lot of effort. That's a lot of good energy and forethought and so forth. All I can do is say thank you, but I'm humbled by it as well in ways that some folks might go, yeah, oh yeah, sure. Hawkeye mods, yeah, it's more effective vision comments rather you get all the giggly and one. I go big or go home type. I did they're supposed to be here too, and all anything without 100% knowing. That's the one. Oh yeah, there are folks who have showed me these like, this is psilocybin, Mr. Dave, and they go, really? Okay, where's the purple ring? What? Where's the purple collar around the stem? Well, these don't have no collar on them. What are you talking about, a collar? Then never mind. No, if you eat them, you may very well get sick and die. So, but go for it. Now there is this like skull cap type that's kind of tall, and sometimes I mean they get really tall, and very thin stems and these little brown caps. Now, in my mushroom book that I checked years ago, it said that those were like mildly hallucinogenic, but mostly it's just like. But here's the thing: that they're not poisonous; they're just mildly hallucinogenic. So, toss some into your spaghetti sauce or whatever. Be careful, because that happened one time with us. We had added some psilocybin mushrooms into the spaghetti sauce. My brother and Butch, myself, and my wife at the time, Pat, Samuel's mother. And by the time we got eating spaghetti, man, the sauce was great. Sitting at the table, and about 5 minutes in, we're eating some garlic bread, toasted garlic bread, and eating the spaghetti and chatting and everything. And how is it? And well, and Pat wouldn't. She made her own sauce, but they didn't have any uh, magic mushrooms in it. But the three of us, we were like, yeah, okay. So about 5 minutes in, after eating some of these, and how is it, and talking. I look across the table at my brother, and he's, bent over and he slurping in one of those, a spaghetti, and it does this little wiggle, 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 and boom, and into his mouth it goes. And I looked at him, and it was like it became the funniest thing I'd ever seen in my life. And then so, but I held it down, right? So I started eating mine, and as I'm slurping in mine, I'm doing the same thing, and the little spaghetti noodle literally whips around and slaps me in the cheek, right, and leaves sauce up there. Now, Butch and Danny are both watching me, and they start laughing. So within 10 minutes of eating this, we never got through our spaghetti. It turned into one of the funniest things. And we tried to eat, right? So, well, we'll cut it up and you quit laughing. Don't look at me, and then we'd laugh some more. Now, in the meantime, the wife, who isn't really into this mushroom thing, is getting pissed by the second, to the point, well, God damn it, boom, throw her plate on the table. I'll never cook for you ever again. And we were like, ah, okay. So, but we laughed so hard, it hurt. It hurt. I mean, like for an hour and a half kind of thing. I mean, it got serious. We couldn't move. But at the same time, it was hilarious. Tried tried our best to eat that spaghetti sauce, but and the thing is that the sauce had it in it. So the more we ate of the spaghetti sauce, the higher we got. So we are like, we're going to eat the spaghetti because you cooked it for us, and we were hungry. But for every bite we ate, it was like we just got a little higher. So Joan and Mitzi getting kind of itchy just to leave the folk music behind. Saul and Danny working for a penny, trying to get a fish on the line. And in the coffee house, Sebastian sat. And after every number, they passed the hat. McGuinn and McGuire are still a getting higher. At LA, you know where that's at. And no one's getting fat except Mama Cass. Anybody remember that song? Saul and Danny working for a penny. Anyway, Hop, Jack, Hop, Jack, anyway, I can't remember that. Mamas and the Papas, I think. Yeah, it would have been. He and I talked about it many times, and the way he talked and the way I talked, and him looking at me through the Zoom thingy, whatever, um, we understood and knew what each of us had seen. It was a it was there are people that you meet that you really don't have to talk about it. You say, "You ever heard?" Yeah, and yeah. How about that? How many times this? And you did that? Yeah. And there's the look in the eye, and there's just the knowing that they've been as high as you. And I don't necessarily mean that badly for anybody else, but they have seen and kind of sort of talked to God, as the term was, and they have walked in these other valleys, and whether they saw exactly what you did, they were on the same level. And do you ever have yeah? And you remember, yeah. How long were you, oh, for a day or two? Oh, really? Yeah, me, and just a lot of explanation, detail, and lots of explanation was simply not necessary. We just understood it between us. But anyway, yeah, that's interesting, ain't it, Maverick? There are energy places on this planet, and I know that I talked about the place in Veda, but I had a map years ago that was overlaid on Google Earth, okay? And I can't find it now. But there, I had traced it down, and that it went through a section very close to Veda and crossed over the Flint River. So I found it interesting and like, whoa, and also then later on that there are caves under the ground that not necessarily follow directly, but there's cave systems that run along the Pelham Escarpment over here where the ley line was going. You know, coincidence? Well, maybe. You know, the cave was there first or the ley line. I don't know, but just interesting that it was really close. So there's caves underground, verified and so forth. And the ley line is just off to the left of it, kind of thing. Like, what? And just okay. So now there are caves that are not on the ley line, but they're really not that far from it in South Georgia. Some of them are like kind of hidden and stuff. I've talked about Climax Cave. I was in Climax Cave 11 times at least, and different times and places and stuff. But there are speedlunkers from Tallahassee and around that do go in there and map that cave, and I think that's a good thing. And it is obviously bigger than some other folks said. Well, it only goes over there. No, it don't. It goes down and around, and I read an article and they called it the tea room. Now I was in Climax Cave in the 70s. Okay, these folks had just been in there like since 2005 or something and talking about how fresh and new in the tea room. And I was like, man, us old timers, it was called the tea room back then. And it literally, the cave looks like a tea, you know. And we used to go up as you go into this huge cavern. I remember there was a pipe that stuck out from the ceiling up above you. And where it turned off to the right, I think it would be like going west underground, but to the point, there was a ledge up there, and we'd put a candle, just a single plumber's candle up there, and light it, and it was amazing. It before we knew what the Hobbit was, because that was back in the 70s. It was eerie because one candle in the darkness and the way the things played around. Oh my God. But the fact that other people have been down in it, but it's just not open to the public. You got to be a part of the team. Been studying Georgia, can't seem to find much. Climax Caves. Oh yeah, right near Meg's over here. There's a place that's on certain maps, especially if you Google Earth is a good place. But you look for. Um, I looked at the older USGS maps, and there were things marked on the old surveyors maps, with just the contour lines and stuff like that. But you'll notice that be going along, and all of a sudden the circles get really small and just go down, right? So when you can do it the same with Google Earth. There's a pattern. So there are depressions in places, and there's a lot of time there's a hole down to a cave system all underneath the Pelham Escarpment. I've met with old timers back in the day. There was a place. There's a little community called Blowing Hole, and the reason it's named Blowing Hole is because there was a cave that used to blow and it sang and whistled and kind of stuff. So they named a little community back over here called Blowing Hole. There's a little building and the whole 9 yards. But interestingly enough, there are little sort of like sinkholes, but not and they're openings to caverns underneath with some really interesting stuff. There's one I want to go talk to the people really bad because I've read old There's pictures and stuff where people got in them back in the 60s and 70s. Then somebody bought up the property and said nobody's going in. Uh, do you want to hear a story? This is a true one, because the person that told me the story, because I told him I'd been in Climax Cave. Well, he'd been in a cave in one of the fields near Pelham. His mother was a teacher in the Pelham schools for a while, and then she became a nurse and worked at the Pelham the hospital there in Camilla. Well, not Pelham, but Camilla. It's still in the same county anyway. But so she knew a lot of people, and he'd grown up there, and he went off and went to college and everything. And some of his buddies, he went to high school there in Mitchell County and everything. They'd grown up on these farms and knew about these caves. And one of them was named Devil's Hopper, that went down into the ground. And you just went out in the field, and it just kind of went down. But it was a crack that went way on down in there. I climbed further than I really wanted to, but it just kept going down. Didn't have enough equipment and people, but I explored it. So, but then later on, so um, he he was my boss when I worked at Green Oak Center in Moultrie when I first moved to Moultrie. And so we got to be good friends. And even though he was my boss, he trained me, and he had been under the ground and stuff like that. Not in the city, no. It's to the north and east slightly of Climax. But anyway, unless you know where it is, but it's not really hard to find. But anyway, so he had wanted to get his doctorate degree. So he had his master's, and he was working on his doctorate. And so he quit working, and he had an old 39 Chrysler Dodge truck. And I worked on it and helped him, and because I had an old 51 Chevrolet. So, but anyway, he got into an accident and put him in the hospital. Well, Foster Martin was his name. So I used to go visit him when I was in Pelham and all. So anyway, I'm sitting there one day and we're talking. I said, man, we went back down to Climax Cave. And he goes, David, he said, have I ever told you the story about the time when me and my buddies, two of his friends that he went to high school with, got back together after they come back from college and everything? So they're still young men, and he wasn't an old man then, so it hadn't been too many years before that he and his buddies had done that. So he said, we went down this hole, blah, 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 and told me where. I, I can only kind of guess where it was now. But he said, we went down there. And he said, so we're all speedlunkers. We've been doing this thing. And he said, one's a geologist, I'm a teacher and a this, and the other guy's. So we know our stuff, right? And I go, yeah. So he goes, and then his face starts to change as he's telling me this story. And I swear to God, this is a true story because he was there. So he said, we're crawling through the cave, and he said, it opened up. And he said there was an underground river there where we were. He said it was wide enough that, if you could chunk a rock across, it wasn't something you could just step over. And he goes, and he said, we went along stayed on this side of the river kind of thing. He said, now we're underground a pretty good bit. And he goes, which was funny because we had never expected to see that much water under the ground like that. And so it's like, so he was asking me, did you see anything like that in the Climax Cave? And I was like, well, we found pools of water and stuff like that, but no rivers, right? So he says, so anyway, we're going along the edge, the bank, and he goes up ahead and to our left, and I can see it in my head as he described it to me. He said, we see this archway. Now there are places in the mount, in the caves and stuff that look like they've got these formations and stuff, but they're kind of jagged and things and stuff. And he said this looked like it'd been cut into the cave. So we all climb over there to it and we shine our lights in there. And he said about 5 feet in from where this archway was, right? He said, were these piles of rock. He said, like brick. He said it was stoned over, and it was, and he said, we looked at each other and went, oh my God. Now, they're really down under the ground in a place where a lot of folks ain't going to go, right? And they find this archway, doorway kind of thing with rocks closing it off. So they decide to take the rocks out and open it up because, they're explorers, they're geologists, and and they got to see, right? So they opened up a hole and climbed through it. They each got in, in through the hole. We're sitting in this cave, and he said about 9 feet in was another wall, just like the rock wall, just like they had came through. He said they were sitting there with their lights and everything and looking at each other. He said the hair on the back of our necks and hair on our arms, we looked at each other and said, he said, we wouldn't even touch the wall. And he's laying in bed. He's got, his spine is, he's, he's in traction, and he looks at me and he goes, David, I've been in an accident and all this stuff. And he goes, but he said, I'm here to tell you there was something supernatural in that spot. We didn't know what, but none of us would touch that next wall. And I said, so Foster, I said, what did you do? He said, we looked at each other, and he said, I don't know how I looked, but he said they looked like, like they'd seen a ghost. And he said, we crawled out of that hole, and he said, we did our best to put every one of those rocks back in the exact same way and order as they had found it. And I was like, oh, you're serious? And he looked at him. Now, this guy did not make up stories. It's 423. We missed 420. Oh my God. But so Foster told me this story, and somebody else later on corroborated, having not known Foster, but I told them the story about there's a cave with the thing, and they were like, yeah, that they put a grate over this hole in the ground just so people wouldn't go in there. And they said, well, why? And they said they kept it locked because, well, there was something down there that people didn't need to go in, and whatever was down there didn't need to come out. And these old farmers were serious about that shit. And that's not too far from here. 15 miles, maybe 20, not far. And there's a whole row of caves under the ground with the Pelham Escarpment that's over here. And so for years, people have told me about these holes, and I've known this story from when Foster, like 1975, 1976, he told me about these caves and the holes in the ground over here. And now I live at that time, I didn't live over here. Now that I live over here, I've talked with people and done some research, and I found where some of these holes are, but they're all on private property. And I'm a little too old to go in some of these holes by myself. But I'm here to tell you, in my mind, I still want to go, back down in the Climax Cave. In some of these other places, I would love to still crawl in these holes. As old as and decrepit as I am, so if I could find somebody with enough guts to go with me, I'd damn sure do it. There's a place out in Arkansas, just off of the Buffalo River, north of the Buffalo River, and I can't remember the name of it. And I'd have to look up where we stayed there on the Buffalo. I can't remember the name of the town right now. But up there, I'd found, and you could, it's still on a map. You can research it. But way back in the 50s or something, or maybe it was early, or maybe it was a little later. But anyway, somebody was up there hunting, whatever, and found this place. And they found these ancient bones in this hole. And it's up in the national forest there, you know, along the Buffalo River. And it's off the road and way back up these hills. Now, I don't know if I found that spot, but I found several caves there. And I wanted to crawl in a couple of those really bad. My son was like, "But Pops, you can't go in there." And I was like, "Listen, you just stay here. If it gets too treacherous, you know, I don't want to kill myself, but I'm going to crawl down this hole. I want to see what's down there." Well, you kind of sort of see the bottom, but that don't mean it didn't move off left or right. And in that same spot, coincidentally, I found a set of deer antlers. They're huge. They're here in the house. I carried them all the way back from way deep in them woods, off the trail, kind of thing. But you know, so anyway, there are all kinds of caves. I've found some weird things with just using my senses, like like that cave I found. Um, it's in North Carolina, right? Um, they're around Chunky Gal. You know, we were panning the local stream, and there's sapphires and rubies and other things and garnets and stuff in there. And in places, there's still some gold because um, up in it's west of Franklin, North Carolina. They're off of 64, and there's some places up there in the been all up in there because it's on the edge of the gold era. There's other types of things. There's a ruby mine up there. And then I found the mine in the side of the mountain. And other people just like, you know, so of all these things, nobody gave me directions, but I kind of followed my senses. And as I've talked about before, I've literally had, you know, my spirit guide tap me on the shoulder and go, "Hey, it's, you know, I got something for you, but you got to follow me." And so the test, you know, and I've gone to the river. I've found deer antler. I've found fresh feathers. If you take just one step to the left, you know, you can't see anything, can't see anything. You get the feeling, wait, just stop a second. Okay, look over to your left. All right, now take one step left and look down. Oh my God, there's a present. But if I just kept walking and not paying attention, so but then just instinct says, what for whatever reason. Now, not every time I get the feeling do I find something, but the test is you learn how to. Am I getting hot? Am I getting cold? Or just say, listen, wait a minute. Hey, Hawkeye, just stop a minute. Okay, there's something near here, and you know, if you go, just think about it. Hot, cold. Can you find it? And I've found feathers and antlers and just all kinds of stuff. So, do I know that there's a connection? Do I know? Yes, I've gotten out of my chair and walked all the way down to the river and found deer antlers covered, you know, with only the tip sticking up out of the sand. And, you know, absolutely. Is it a gift? No, but it takes practice. Lots of people can do it. So, in this thing about the power of the universe, that's a power right there. You know, it's a talent, you know, but I know people who can do it as well. But it takes faith. You have to believe it. Well, who am I talking to? Well, it's never been an evil, nasty spirit for me. I've known that when I get these signals, it's my spirit guide. Now, there have been plenty of times I've looked to the sky and said, "You want me to do what now?" Yep, there's a down on the river. You want me to stop what you do? I was working on the computer the time that this happened, right? Upstairs, looking out the window at the woods, you know, content. Come on, come to the river. Now? Yep. So I stopped what I was doing and I followed this here, come down this way, come over here. And I walked to my neighbor's property to the other side at the time and found, looked around, came back to my side of the property, and down by some palmetto bushes, I seen these three little things sticking up out of the sand, and it was a deer antler. I uncovered it, and on the way back to the house, I wanted to go to the right, and they said stay left and walk through these, this high, a lot of leaves that collected in that area when the river was up. There will be little dip places that will fill up with sand and or sometimes they get scoured out more, but they'll fill up with leaves and debris and stuff. But anyway, so I'm walking through there, and I got the feeling they said stop, look down, and there was the other antler sticking up through the mud, the twin of this other one. And I wanted to go this other way to see if I could find it. And they just said, just come over here, please. And I just kind of felt the nudge to go a little to the left. But with that practice, though, I found a lot of things. That's why they called me Hawkeye, is because I could see stuff. Well, some of the things that I could see had nothing to do with my eyes. And I haven't really discussed this before because it's like you're using that whatever sense you want to call it, sixth sense, third eye, 10th eye, whatever. You're using something else, your instincts. And I really don't know. But like I said, there was a time when I found a $10,000, diamond and emerald ruby ringy thingy in the gutter in Thomasville. And on my way home, I stopped at my friend's house to have, grilled cheese. And it was after a play, and I was cleaning up, and it was my job to make sure everything was done. And I noticed something outside on the street as I went outside to make sure that, I changed the marquee and all. And I seen this thing in the gutter out on the street. I picked it up, and I was like, oh my God, this is a real ring. Stopped at my friend's, Ron Shank and his wife, and was sitting there. She goes, Ron, I've lost my ring. She goes, hey, have you seen it? And, and he was like, no, I told you need to get it sized and everything. And they had this discussion while I'm sitting there eating my grilled cheese sandwich. And she described it. And I said, well, I know where your ring is. And she stopped and she looked at me. And Elaine said, well, what do you mean, David? And I said, I think it's in my pocket. And I stood up, reached in my pocket, and pulled out the ring. And she went, where did you get this? She had dropped it by accident. It fell off her finger when she was getting into the car when she was leaving the theater, and she didn't realize it had fallen off her hand. It was her mother's ring, and it was valued between $10,000 and $12,000. It was the real deal, and I just happened to pick it up and happened to stop by their house and have a grilled cheese sandwich for before I came home, and just happened to return that precious ring back to her. So I mean, there's been these things over the years that, you say coincidence, maybe, but something also said, go over there and look down. Not a clue why, but I did, found Elaine's ring, and they were dear friends of mine. Ron passed away, but he was a dear friend, and I'm not sure if Miss Elaine is still alive, but she's around my age, kind of thing. So, but she was having a lot of physical problems, mental problems. But God bless her. My Jewish family. She was so Jewish. She was lovely, and we had several plays together. We would sing together in plays and do comedy, and she was a lovely lady, and so was Ron. But to have been able to retrieve her ring and not know it was her, you know what I mean? The circumstances. So in my life, there'd been a lot of finding of things that, for whatever reason, I had it, and then would find the person that needed to go with, So um, there's a lot of love going on. But so why did I get my name Hawkeye? And on the carnival, things got lost, and people. I mean, it's just my list of stuff. it goes a long way back. So is it a talent, a gift, or whatever? I guess so. I just always had the knack, and everybody else gave me the nickname Hawkeye because I could find stuff. Hey, send Dave. He's like Hawkeye, man. You send him, he'll find it. And a lot of times I would. Where's your keys? And there were times when something said, "Well, we looked all over here or whatever," and I'd walk over to her spot, and I would just kind of like tune in. Where's this person's keys? And I'd almost walk right over to her and say, "Are these your keys?" And they'd go, "Where were they?" Right here. You know, too many times on the carnival, folks were losing stuff, and that's why they'd call Hawkeye to come find them. You know, so I've never really talked about that, not because I was afraid to or whatever. You know I just always had this knack, and have never really talked about how I got the Hawkeye, you know, uh, thing. But as I think back, all the way back through stuff, I'm still finding stuff. There's still things. I mean, I still walk up on stuff unexpectedly in the woods or whatever, or like in the deep way, sure enough, um, in the Ozark Mountains up there. I find this. I brought it home and it's hanging over here. Big set of deer antler, and there was a set of bones, and the deer had got his horn stuck between a couple of trees, and apparently had died there. And I brought the head and the antlers, a big rack, right? And it was near that hole I found in the ground. And my son was like, "Oh, give up, Pops, it ain't here." And I was like, "Yeah, I got this feeling. Just hang on." So I found the hole, and then I found the skull. And he was like, "Wow, that's interesting, So, sometimes if you just follow your heart or your instinct, you'll find all kinds of stuff. But anyway, so um, I missed the 420. Did we miss it? I missed it. I missed 420. Well, I'm just gonna have to smoke and pretend it's 4:38. Wow, did I miss that one? I got stoned. Hey, Julianne. Then return energy from the earth back out through the crown as rains down around bottom roots of your tree. Pull that energy into your center. Yeah, it rolled right on by. But I think so, Isby. Yeah. Well, something also with meditation and stuff, and I haven't brought this up in a while because there are certain things that I discuss, that's been a year ago or 6 months ago or something, certain meditation things like meditating with trees. I've been too hot in the summertime and stuff like that, and gnats and fleas and, mosquitoes. But now that the weather's cooled off and people want to go outside a little more, it's a better time kind of thing. Like there's not so much buzzing around you and the temperature you know, but to meditate with a tree. And for a lot of people, I have discussed this before, but one of the deepest, highest, strangest, most exhilarating feelings I've ever had was when I've connected with certain trees. And when you allow your consciousness to collect with the tree and feel yourself go up with the, because sap goes up and then it comes down. Okay. It goes both directions. And so if you allow yourself, you can feel yourself being drawn up with the tree up to the tip tops of the tree and open up the third eye kind of thing. Your um, astral projection, open your eye, allow your spirit to go with the tree, right? Go with the flow, and then be at the top of the tree, and you can feel yourself as a leaf swaying back and forth, and can see literally the area around you. You know, it's not like a dream. You're literally, you can see out the top of this tree. And so there are folks who are like, well, trees, you know, they're okay. No, I mean, seriously, have you ever really communicated with a tree? Because the energy and how, and you, there's not any particular process in that you find a good tree, make sure you're comfortable, ask the tree ahead of time, can I sit and just share with you? Can I share my energy with you? That it's nothing more than that. Because when the tree allows you to share your energy, then you kind of get to see what the tree sees. You know what I mean? Or maybe you don't, but that's kind of sort of it, right? So it's very simple. You ask the tree, you be serious about it, you're calm, you honestly want to, you know, just close your eyes and allow your energy to be absorbed with the tree. And if you and the tree get along, and if you don't, it'll be uncomfortable. You won't be able to get comfortable, you see. So you say, how will you know? How will you know that the tree accepts you? If you can't get comfortable leaning up against it, that's a no. Okay. You can ask again and say, would you rather, and then you can say, well, if you won't share my energy, may I sit with you under your, and share your energy? So which is different. But you got to be able to talk to the tree because you're asking to share your essence with the tree's essence. I mean, it's kind of like it's not really a possession kind of thing. It's a real mind melding like a Spock moment. But people just, just and okay. No, I mean seriously. You want to get high? Go sit, honestly, find a tree, find a rapport, maybe for me, if I was going to do a meditation like that and I wanted the tree, I would take the drum and or the flute and I would do just a little bit of ceremony and say thank you, maybe light a little bit of sage if you're like, this is the tree you really want to use. And but since I have so many trees on the property, I would go around and hug them. And I mean, walk through the woods and find a tree and go, just go over and give it a hug, right? So I've hugged a bunch of trees on my property over the years. So there are certain trees that I have been drawn to, which is there's one down near where the camp is, and just be able to sit up underneath it. All you got to do is close your eyes and believe. And the next thing you know, that tree will just take me on up and send me up, and just unbelievable. There was one time when after I'd done a ceremony, and it was back around the time some of you may remember the night I spent that saved the wolf that was so sick. And I sat over it and prayed over it all night long down at the river at this sacred spot down there near this same tree I'm talking about. And woke up the next day, you know. But I was doing a different ceremony, but it was the same tree, same spot, same area. And I was meditating with the tree and could feel myself going up into the tree. And there was something next to me and I turned and looked, and I was looking like right, literally at the face of an owl. So I was like, well, that's just really cool. So I'm thinking, is there really an owl there? Or am I just thinking of it because the owls sit in that tree, right? That they'd been there before. So as I'm just there's the owl. I'm heading up the tree with my consciousness, and then all of a sudden I hear it. Woohoo! It was the owl sitting on the tree limb, and I had to my spirit had just went by and looked. I guess I looked literally was looking right at this barred owl because the thing was right on the limb, right up above my head, and I turned just the same direction and everything, and I thought to myself I just, in my astral, I just stared at it out, like, whoo. Now, was that really real or whatever? Well, the owl was really there. Did I really see it? that's just one of the things. Like, no, that's just cool. But that owl's been on that tree. Uh, the morning after I prayed all night for the wolf that time, the owl came in, whoo, sat in that tree, and early in the morning, just before sunrise, and the wolf got up, played, ran around, and was like nothing was wrong the next day. That was true for me. That was truly a miracle. Nobody, only a couple people understood what happened and how sick that wolf was. And the medicine man at the time, he was so distraught because it was his wolf. He couldn't do anything for her. So it was sort of like my first testament from what I was learning from him and what I already knew and other things, right? So, but I didn't see any other choice but to pray for that wolf and to do whatever. And if the wolf died, then I was there. It wasn't alone in a ditch somewhere, whatever. So, but then she recovered, and the owl hooted. So, been interesting things, very interesting things. You know, I know I talk about it too much, but like going to town that time before Christmas and on the way back, recovering that man that had his leg cut off and was in a burning truck, and we pulled him out and stabilized him, and I found out that he's sort of related to my one of my adopted daughter's thingy, whatever, and he's alive and doing well and got a prosthesis. You know, to me, God, Spirit, has put me and even some of my friends, like my friend Tim, that we have, who believed in, come on, let's go this way. And sometimes it's good, sometimes, but we're there for a particular reason. And sometimes it's to save lives, sometimes it's to, so the nights that I've come on and stayed with y'all, I really don't know why I'm just yammering on about something, but it seems like, you know, what, in our minds, there have been times where there's a lonely spot that I just can't quite figure out, right? Or there's something not necessarily nagging me, but it's bothering me, But I try not to think what in small stuff. Sometimes we were talking about this the other day, and I said, there have been times before where I would go sort of into a panic attack mode. And now when I feel sort of like that, I go, well, wait a minute, maybe there's somebody thinking about me. Maybe there's somebody else that knows me is having a panic attack. Because I started having this feeling just like out of nowhere, and I was in a really good mood and everything. Nothing's changed. Maybe there really is something else. Maybe it ain't me. Maybe there is somebody else, but I can hear them or feel them or something. So before, I need a pill. Oh, I need fixing. Let me go to therapy. I'm having now, if I get something like that, because I know where my brain is, there's nothing out there that's supposed to be, you know, threatening or anything like that. So why would I have to take a pill for panic attacks when, there are times when I kind of feel that way, but I stop and go, but the reality is there's nothing around me to be panicked about. Nothing in my life, nothing, So where is this feeling coming from? So for me, my wisdom in being older and so forth is the fact that I've learned not to panic over I may be having a panic attack. Because if you think you're having a panic attack, then you panic. It feeds it. So by ignoring it, I still get feelings. I was like earlier, there was something that was just kind of gnawing at me. Couldn't figure it out for nothing. And I thought to myself, does it matter? Now, here's the thing. My granddaughter called. I haven't spoke to her in a while. Very glad she called. Very glad we reconnected. And we're going to go kayaking and canoeing someday. I fingers crossed we're going to work on it, right? So, but the energy and whatever. So, it could have been that she was trying to get the Huevos together to call me. She was anxious, and so was this feeling that I had at the time, unbeknownst that she was trying to call me. Was it her? And I'm because we're connected. Was I feeling? Where did this come from? It's my granddaughter. She's been trying to call me, and so yeah, hi, Grandpa, how you doing after all this time? So where's my angst and panic and whatever this is? It's from a granddaughter. Now, I'm saying this is my interpretation. She didn't tell me this. But if she's tried to call me, used to call me, we used to be buddies, and then so she didn't call me. She went in the Navy. I understand. Well, she got out, then, and she never called me. She had a wedding or something with a lady friend up in Connecticut. Then it broke up. Never called me. Never included. Didn't allow me to help her, and call me on the phone and whine or bitch or cry or whatever. Like she used to. And so, but it was her choice, right? And I never said anything bad about Samantha. Um, there were times when she had posted some things on her Facebook that I wish she'd like kind of back off a little bit. Okay, so she's a lesbian and has a lesbian relationship. I've told her way back she came out to me back in the day. And so it's like I've always tried to, I've always supported her. So I was one of the first people that she told that she thought she was a lesbian. And I said, okay, by me, just make sure you that if you are, you are. I don't care. And you can change your mind later on. When I was younger, there were times and things and people who played and messed with me and stuff. I didn't know if I was gay or not. I didn't know what to do. They had me so confused. And people were like, no, you should have known better. Maybe, but these other people were so perverted. They were perverted in my mind. I didn't really know what was normal. And so it's like, so when you grow up with twisted people, you have a kind of sort of perverted way of looking at stuff. What I learned was I don't like that, and I don't like that, and I don't like that over there, and and don't do that to me, please. Um, but so for my granddaughter, and if she ever watches this, I love you, my dear, I really do, and I have always supported her. I have a barred owl. Yeah, that a barred owl is the owl that I was talking about that was in the tree kind of thing. Yeah, big barred owl. And they're up and down the river. It's interesting. At certain times of the afternoon, they will all, like about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, depending on the time of year, it might be like 3:30 ish, but it's after 3 and before 5. In that time period, the barred owls on the river, one will start, and then somebody north, somebody south, and they all talk to each other. And it's always the same time of day, relatively speaking. But it's around 3:30, 4 o'clock. Hoo 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 down here. Interesting, but anyway, and it can the hooting um, at certain times of the night also. Interesting though. It's like they're looking at a time clock. Now they don't, they. I don't set my clocks are up, so sometimes that one of the reasons is because if the owls hoot, I want to be able to look at the clock and say, well, it's 4 o'clock in the morning or afternoon, right? Well, it's 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Clock. That would make it 4 o'clock. So to the owl, they don't move their clock. They know what it is. You got an owl on your card table. Well, and I got an owl as one of the little gifts that was sent in the box. So that's interesting. Oh, and I have owl things around me and owl feathers. I've had owl feathers on me when I went to a powwow. and they told me to turn around and go back out and take the owl feathers off because it would offend other members. Because of there are certain tribes that owl feathers scare the shit out of, man. Owls are the portenders of bad medicine and stuff, and they just mm-mm. And if you have owl medicine, like I apparently do because of all the owl things that have happened over the years. There was an incident. Was it yesterday or was it earlier today? Anyway, I heard I was outside. Duggar and I always walk up the driveway. It might have been today. Anyway, yesterday or today. Um, I heard hawk screeching. Looked up the hill and over towards the trees and could see it off in the distance. And I was like, so when you are outside or pay attention, or sometimes like for me, I'll just like, I'll just get this feeling. Well, let me go outside and look and see what's going on. Not have a clue. There might be a deer, there might be an owl, there might be a hawk, there might be something else. I mean, there might be a snake. I mean, it just depends, right? And but in life, I love it. There's always a an adventure. You know, who'd know that I'd blow my hot water heater would stop working and my coffee pot on the same day. Happy birthday, Dave. It just made me go down and buy a new coffee pot and a new uh, uh, oven that bakes with heat, fries things anyway. I used to love ours. I don't know, after one killed my son's duck Aflac. I've lost several favorite cats over the years and some other things over the years. But as much as I don't like them and as much as I want to shake my fist, I've seen hawks take stuff, and it is just the nature of stuff. I'm just glad those critters ain't big enough to pick me up. You know what I'm saying? Like a pterodactyl or something. But it is nature, and sometimes nature looks brutal. But to that point, yeah, I'm going to turn in too, Betty. Good day to each of you. Thank you. Um, you too, Betty. So yeah, um, I'm in the multi phone book. David Null, same spelling, Null. There is another Null in Colquitt County. I found out Terry or something. But anyway, got the new phone book. I was surprised. But anyway, I'm the David Null on Zion Grove Church Road. So, I don't hide. That's one of the things when I decided to do this as a puppeteer and everything was like, people, aren't you going to use a pseudonym or something like that? Well, many people know me as Hawkeye. So, but I am David Null, also known as Hawkeye. So the shaman monk side of me is the Hawkeye, the actor and the person that does all that's David Null, right? The puppeteer, David Null. Are we still connected? Yeah, but that's that side. And the shaman spiritual side is, are we still connected? Yeah, but that's the different personas within me. So I'm more the shaman than the puppeteer anymore. But I sat with a friend and talked, and he talked about his bass, and I showed him this, and so I showed him my new harmonicas that I got yesterday, Thursday, not Friday, but anyway. And yeah, I have spent some money these last couple of days, but I needed to have the music back. I needed new strings. Um, I needed my cement mixer because I really want to finish my floors out there in the porch, and I'm dreading like hell doing literally uh, by hand mixing. So, yeah, did I spend some money today? Yes. But it was sort of that government money, that I've been holding back. So I spent $500, but it's good investment. So y'all wish me luck. Y'all have a Betty. Thank you all. Um, and I'm fixing to get out of here too. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, so I'm going to hit a bowl. Price is Right. Do you like Marilyn Manson songs? Depends. Um, for me now, I always had the odd, like I listen to Jethro Tull and stuff like that. A lot of other people were like, oh well, you listen to Tull, yeah, well it was okay. But I mean, I was a Tull freak back in the day. I can still, spout off into some of the songs and still remember the lyrics, still with all my brain damage. But Marilyn Manson was just, for whatever reason, she wasn't on my radar. Not to say she was good or bad, she just wasn't on my radar. Um, and you know, but apparently somewhere along the line, I'm sure that I've heard her music, but I couldn't name a song. I couldn't do a tune. So, as my experience is, Price, is that I must not have jived with me for whatever reason. I didn't jive. There's some people I listened to once and went, oh my God, and, can't forget them kind of thing. So, but not Marilyn Manson, you know. Right. Well, for a long time, there was still a debate about David Bowie. Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. 10. Ground control to Major Tom. Yeah. Hawks, Eagles, Coyotes. Man, we lost a lot of cats. Yep. Um, Now for me, the golf thing, there's some of that headbang stuff. It gives me a headache watching people or listening to it that I can't do it. I'm sorry. I've been around people who were into satanic things and they did several things and I can't listen to it. Well, no, it's just goth. I'm sorry, but there are certain things that remind me of certain things that I have been a party to or witnessed or whatever. I can't listen and won't listen. That's the other thing. But it's not bad. I'm sorry. But y'all go ahead. And some of it is just noisy. But there's some of it's just like I just want to bring a cross up and go. And it's not so much what they're saying; it's the tone. There's something in it that's just like, nope, can't listen and don't want to listen. Um, there were some things that happened to me the first 3 years before my uncle adopted me. God bless Arnie, right? And uh, the salute because it's September and his birthday was on the 19th. I know I keep bringing it up, but you know, his memory stays alive with me and salute, he deserved it. But there were some dreams and things that I had for many years as a young child of trying to escape some things, and I was in a cave and I was crawling and I was trying to get away. And I was sometimes I was like having trouble walking. Now, this was when I'm 20, 30, 40 years old. I had these dreams, reoccurring nightmares. And in my therapist, I was like, I have no idea where this stuff is coming from, but it doesn't feel like it's current. It really feels like it's old. So I have dealt with this for a lot of years. One reason for going to therapy and stuff. But when I started bringing in, maybe there was some weirdness going on, like the Catholic Church and babies being stolen and this and that, and then having the Catholic Church and priests doing weird stuff as an older, as a teenager. And I've often wondered at some of the stories that I've heard through the Catholic Church and this and that, and about that particular place in the old days, there on the banks of the Ohio River there in Cincinnati. And so I don't know. Were there tunnels under there? Did somehow, but something happened that affected me for a good many years. Was I abducted by aliens or whatever? I just knew that I was I was young. They were trying to hold me down. I didn't want to be held down, and I couldn't see their faces. And so, but in all the therapy and stuff to try to figure out what was going on, I used the technique a wonderful lady taught me. And it's just look at this from a practical standpoint. So you're a 3-year old. Yep. The walls were that, hospital green. So you're in somewhere. Well, you were born in an orphanage, Dave. Right. So obviously, back in the 50s, that was the color. So you would have been in the hospital, normally in the orphanage. So all that's normal stuff. Okay, but let's just take this. So the people who were they were trying to either put clothes on you or take the clothes off of you. They went to give you a bath, and you just, were a 1 or 2 year old and were not being cooperative for whatever reason. And so the masks that you can't see, I believe that price. Yep. And a portal to other places too, but not just to hell. Uh, but anyway, um, but yeah, there's some evil, wicked, mean, and bad, and nasty stuff under the underneath the altar of the Vatican. There, they do some nasty things under there, black mass kind of stuff. It's been said, told by folks who've been there, priests and monsignors and so forth. Um, that they will perform a sacrifice underneath the main altar before they do a regular quote Catholic mass, and then they go up. And so what they are doing is they're co-opting the prayers of the Christian Catholics to the dark magic, black magic that they're doing literally underneath on the floor. So they start this underneath, go upstairs, do a mass, and then go back downstairs and finish it. And so the people who are involved in it have not a clue that this other stuff is going on. And it's been described by a lot of folk over many years, and priests and other people and folks who live in Rome and around the Vatican. They've witnessed things, and I mean, they're just people. You know, you if you do the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, somebody's going to catch you, see you. Something's going to happen. Somebody's going to talk. It's just bound to happen. So, that's why the Catholic Church is crumbling. And like I've said before, I'll try to find out what the Catholic prophet's name was. I'm not sure if they made him a saint, but he was a priest or a, you know, um, kind of person. And I mentioned in another video, but just for the sake of it, the movie Evil, the first, I've just started the second season, and it took a weird twist, and I just kind of stopped. Plus other things, I didn't want to watch it, but there's so many truths in plain view in that series in the first season about the Catholic Church and stuff that's happening. Whether you include the exorcism part or not, but that's all. There are statistics about that. So there's some strange stuff happening in the Catholic Church. And besides the strange stuff that's been going on in the Catholic Church, this is a different kind of strange. So, and there are Catholics that know it. There are other folks that know it. There are people in Rome and the Vatican that live there that have seen and heard and um, I keep forgetting the name of this Irish priest that used to be on Coast to Coast and all. We've talked about him before. Um, but anyway, Hawkeye, you look like you need rest. I do. I'm sitting here, but I'm happy as a clam. Um, but in thinking about some of these things to the question, yeah, well, here's the thing, Price. Pope John Paul the First was in office for 33 days. And then Pope John Paul II comes along. Oh, blah, 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 blah. They sacrificed the first guy for the second guy. So there you go. But I mean, very few people ever talk about the 33 days that the first guy was alive. People go, yeah, well, that's interesting. He only lived 33 days. Well, they don't connect the 33, number one. They do say, well, it was odd that God chose him and, no, he was poisoned, killed him on purpose. So, and it fit the Catholic prophecy from this guy back in the 1500s. So, but I can't remember his name. But anyway, I did quite a bit of research back in the day. Good night, you two. I'm fixing to go. They gave powers through dark magic. Yep. They use some nasty stuff. They surely do. But that's why I've been telling people for years, there's some bad stuff in the Catholic Church. And there are people to this day that want to join the Catholic Church. And I just say, really? Honestly? You know, a lot of their rituals are paganistic. Not really. Besides whether or not it's demonic or anything like that, it is surely have paganistic roots as far as praying and you change water into wine. You change the wine into the blood of Jesus. You change his body, the bread, into the body of Jesus. And then you tell all of your people in the church to become cannibals. Eat his body, drink his blood, and we'll sing a song of love. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. So, whatever you want to call it, but that's the way the Catholic Church was and has gotten worse. So it's like, but folks say, well, the end of the world is coming, and society guilts folks into, well, you need a religion if you're going to be saved. Well, we got what 5 or 6 more minutes. I'm going to take one or two more hits off of this, and it really is off the bed, y'all. The Vatican was built over the old temple. Yeah, and all different kinds of stuff. Like for example, I've talked about this before because I was an altar boy. There was this, patch cut out of the altar, and the altar was fairly good size, put candles on and all the big books and Bibles and everything, right? So, but in this notch was this piece of stone, quote, marble. Well, as an altar boy and learning and stuff like that, is what is this? Well, it's a relic. Oh, it's a relic. So the priest says mass over this relic. Okay, what's the relic? I dig a little deeper. It's bones of somebody cast in this rock. And so for every mass that they say it over the bones of the ancients or the saints or whoever they say it is. Because do we really know what's in this rock? And so there were folks on the outside of the Catholic Church. It depends on what you mean by pagan, Price. There are a lot of good things in the in Hinduism that really hits with frequencies and stuff. Now they talk about vimanas and spaceships, and there's more. They believe more in spaceships than other folks. Some of the Hindus. But the Hindus, like for example, up in the mountains and up in Tibet and places and stuff like that, they run around in sackcloth and bare feet in the snow, and whatever these gals got, mostly guys, but the gals got it too. Whatever these folks got, they got it. They're tough. They understand something. There's something about how their relationship to the earth and the universe, and yeah, it's amazing. So um, now there are there are different. Hinduism, in a way, is sort of like Christianity. There's slight different versions of it, you know. Yeah, it's all Hinduism, but there's slight differences and practices depending on what part of the world you live in, and how it's practiced. So, like in the days of the Appalachians, there was snake handling. They don't do that much anymore. But back in the day, they were Christians. They called on God, and they handled rattlesnakes. Because that was the way. If you survived it, then you'd survive the sting of death from Satan himself through the bite of the serpent. Hallelujah, my brothers and sisters. We have been saved from the serpent. So yeah, but that it's not popular anymore. But at one time, folks believed that shit did big time. True pagans were, Celtic and Viking, but also Slavic, like Norway, kind of sort of Russian too. And pagan is should also include the Gnostics. So it was kind of sort of a pre-Jesus thing. So there were a lot of basic things they understood about nature. And um, in a lot of ways, some of the things that they did were very similar in how they respected the earth and nature and stuff, and were very similar to what um, other native indigenous tribes and peoples were doing in their areas. So they had their customs and this, So, but they had Thor and all this kind of thing. Well, in different tribes, they have different names for the creator, and they have different, elders or grandfathers or whatever that comes through. And he was the jokester, or this was the god of, we got 2 minutes and then I'm out of here. We're going to smoke one. Um, So, but from a Christian standpoint, to make it simple, Price, a Christian most of the time would say Hinduism because, they don't know better. Because it ain't Christian, then it must be pagan because it gets lumped into this. But I know some pagans, I know some folks, and these folks are down to earth. Their ceremonies are so similar to Native American ceremonies. They're not rituals, they're ceremonies, but they call them the ritual of the um, there are those who would call it the ritual of the full moon. And then are those who would just say the full moon ceremony. Well, it's the same thing. Well, when you throw the word ritual in there, it seems like there's some kind of evil, so it's a ritual. And when it's ceremony, in truth, there are both. So if they keep talking about rituals all the time, they mean what they're talking about. But if you hear those pagans and some Wiccans and folks like that who talk about it in a different way, it's 5:20. I am really tired. You're right. Time to go to bed, y'all. I love you. Thanks for hanging out with me. But why is the name Jesus in the Gnostic? Isby, and to everybody else, there are a bunch of guys that got together and wrote this scenario. and they had help from the elders. Now, who were the elders? Listen, after 2,000 years, and after all these years with the Catholic Church and other things, to them, this play that they wrote, that they started 2,000 years ago, has to come to the end that they put in the book. They wrote the script. And for all whatever folks, well, it's the Bible and all, I understand, my dear friends. But they wrote the script and they're trying their best to get everybody to follow it. Now, for those of you who listen to Dante and all, there are more people who are coming out and going, they've been lying to us for a long time because Jesus wasn't around. And like the newest information was that after Jesus was gone, whether it was really Jesus or not, but they wrote it down that way, right? I'm just kidding, but his name could have been Bob, just saying. So, who's Jesus? I mean, have you ever seen, The Life of Brian with Monty Python and the whole thing? It's very interesting take on the Jesus thing and all. But to the point though that, it was said that Peter became a traitor to the original Christ cause. And he had some of his other buddies executed, basically, and he turned traitor literally to the cause because Jesus looked at him and said, "You're going to betray me 3 times." He did. Well, then he got crucified. Then he rose again and everything. And then so Jesus goes over and goes, Peter, upon him, I'll build my rock. And guess what? After Jesus left, there's evidence that Peter became a traitor to the cause. And I learned about this through the Catholic Church. Not that he was a traitor, but of some of the things that he did, it really wasn't Christ-like at all. Happy 520. It's 522. I missed it by a minute, but here's something I want to bring up real quick. There are true secrets within churches and places and stuff, like down here, caves under the ground down here. Unless you're really into it, they have been secret. Well, to the caves around here, they're secret because a lot of people just got old, died, and have forgotten. The caves are still here, and there is still evidence. But then there are secrets in the caves and catacombs of the Vatican that are put down there because they don't want nobody to see them. Now that's different than having just been forgotten. Okay. Well, there used to be a cave around here. There's evidence. There. It's on the old maps, but I don't. It might be out there in the middle of that field out there. There's a group of trees, and I don't know. It might, and chances are that's the spot because that's where it's marked on the map, kind of thing. The older maps. So, but if if something else now, so how do you know? Common sense, you know, but information and energy and stuff. Franks are the French shaman, I think. I scratch my head there. Is he French shaman or named Frank? Yeah, it could be named Frank. But here's the thing. Everybody is still getting so caught up. Well, it was Lucifer. Well, no, it was Satan. Well, they're both the same. No, they ain't. They're two different. Well, and then there's Beelzebub, and then there's this. And just they argue over the names. Okay, there's a bunch of really nasty guys, and they had odd names, and they're supposed to be the demons and the evil spirits and the fallen angels. Oh, well, the fallen angels were these guys. Okay, but then the fallen angels are those guys. Okay, well, listen, you guys are going to argue. Oh, can we just agree there were some fallen angels, and a long time ago, and there was some really bad, evil, wicked, and mean and bad stuff going on. And there's evidence that some of the quote fallen angels were the good guys that were killed during the battle with the evil ones, and they fell in battle. Well, no, that's not right. Well, okay, but it, what if it were? So everybody's been cussing the fallen angels when maybe they've gotten a twisted version of the truth. Well, but that can't be true. Why not? You're believing this version. Well, because it says that, yeah, but what is, if you just change one or two words in that sentence, they fell not from the grace of God, but, trying to save grace for God, you know, they were fighting for the grace of God, not fighting, from the grace of God. That you take one or two words and just tweak them ever so slightly, and the whole story changes. So whether it actually happened that way, but that's the way the story's told. So, but tweak a couple of words, and all of a sudden it's like, what? So, but anyway, people need to look at that honestly. Oh, but the Bible says, yeah, but God didn't write it. Well, they were inspired by God. Yeah, they sat around the table and said, by God, we got to do something about this. And they wrote the book. Did you just hear what I said? They all got together and sat around the table and said, by God, we got to do something about this. So God wrote the book. It's a message from God. By God, we got to fix this. I'm just saying, you know, because the gaps and the things. What about the Dead Sea Scrolls? What about that? Okay, there's a lot of information in some of that stuff. And some of the stuff don't jive with the Bible, the one they wanted us to see, the books that were left out, and this one that was that. What's your opinion on? I I honestly can't see that. Micro Mars. I don't think I know what that is, honestly. Or maybe I'm too stoned and tired to understand what it is. Is it Marconi or Marcionism? It depends on how that's pronounced. And quite frankly, I'm very tired and sleepy and stoned. But I don't know anything at the moment about what they were. Um, in Europe, right, Isby? See, there are some. Um, then at the moment, I can't remember anything about him. One of the things that over the many years, there are people who's like, do you remember this guy who used the dolly something and he blah blah blah? And I'm like, I know that these guys spoke some really cool things, all right. And there are a lot of people that like to go around like quoting, making reciting Bible quotes, right? And there are folks who do that with Buddhism and Hinduism, and the Dalai said this, and it quote the blah blah blah. And there are folks that I'm not saying this is any of you, okay? This is not what I mean. Um, but that so for other people, it was always about the name of this person, what this person said, and it's like, okay, well, that was one person in the group of a bunch of stuff. For me and my brain had to say, okay, all these guys agreed on it. Well, what was this guy's name? I can't remember. But I remember him and well, in the story of, and it's like, but what was his name? I'm sorry, for me, for a long time, it's never been about who said it. Now, there are sometimes I say, well, there was a Lakota, medicine man, or put it within a tribe, but a lot of times, you know, the names are not important. It's what they did, at the time they did it, not so much their name. So, what does this mean by that? I don't know the name, Gnostic or otherwise, um, but I might know it because I've studied so much of stuff over the years, but names didn't stick with me. For me, it was about the information, not that always couldn't remember names, but have been, but there was this guy who was this person who did this thing within a tribe or whatever, and he was Lakota or whatever. I will never remember his name, but I will know who I'm talking about. So, and there are times when, for me, it's like, you've heard me talk. Well, maybe not you, Price, but other folks have, and that too many people are getting caught up in the names of things. Not that Marconi was a that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. Not what I mean. There were saints in the Catholic Church. There were people in other religions and other factions, and so the name to me, and many times horribly in a way, their names are forgotten. To history because they weren't written as much, and the stories and the legends were told down through the years. But the names of sometimes a lot of the native stories that I've talked about and still read and so forth. There once was a brave who, at the time of such and such, and his name was, Walking Bear, or something like that. And you go, okay. But to us, you say Walking Bear. Well, over the last 2 or 3 thousand years, there've probably been a lot of guys' names that was Walking Bear. So which one? I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but to the point, let's think about this. So, but in the story, though, there is this possibly a continuing figure, and his name is, Walking Bear. And you say, well, in this story, it's Walking Bear. Is it the same Walking Bear that was in that story over there? But it was a similar Walking Bear. But so the name sometimes it wasn't so important. It was that as as an aside, his name was Walking Bear, and he was a member of the Lakota tribe, and such a. But so it wasn't about his name; it was about his actions. No matter who it was, whether it was Coyote, it wasn't. Some tribes have this, so it wasn't about the name. So, um, I don't know about that person or whatever, but I would look into it if I can. If I can wake up and remember this after being stoned and all this good stuff today. So thank you, Price, for bringing it up. And Preacher, do you know about Jacob Frank? Not right now. I don't. It's early and I'm stoned. Believe that God is inconsistent and the earth is not perfect, but a place of suffering. All I read is of now. Oh, if to the story I read the other night and discussed with Robert on Milky Way, uh, the idea of white buffalo calf woman and what she brought to the earth and to the native peoples was to be able to show them how to stay connected with the Great Spirit. And that, if they were good people and honored, it was not about a ritual, it wasn't about sacrifice, but it was about being honorable and respectful. And she taught these ways, right? So, in a spiritual way, she brought 7 things down or to teach them. a dance and how to honor and so forth. Do I watch porn? Hi, Hawkeye, never. And hey, ST. She kept hope alive. But she brought hope to the natives, and that it was important because people were just wandering. They look up the sky, and, so she brought them hope, but she also reconnected the folks on earth with Great Spirit at the same time through the pipe ceremony. And it's very simple. It makes a lot of sense. Um, but if you were just living and looking at the stars and everything, would you really understand anything? So this idea of God or what's his name or what anything. I mean, so different people had different names for different things and different tribes over the many, many, many years. And the books that I have over there about the different tribes in North America, 500 nations. So it's like there's this one and that one is, you know, and I've looked through the book over the years and tried to understand who lived in this area and who grew up down here, and and then I've heard within some of the tribal members and stuff that, well, that book isn't really right. Well, what do you mean? Well, there were more Seminole and Creek that lived down here than Cherokee. And the Cherokee want to claim South Georgia as like part of their territory when really they're up in the, I bet they traveled down here, but the folks down here, the Creek and Muskogee and Muskogee Creek and the Seminole, they kind of like take claim, but the Cherokee, like, well, it was all Cherokee land. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about the names of something. When here we go, here's this clan down here, and they normally call themselves Muskogee and Creek and whatever. There, folks were moving north and south and interbreeding, but so that's just my example of that. But in other parts of the world, that stuff was going on too. So this tribe was intermingling with that one, and these guys, ladies, folks, clan could have been more powerful for a little while than this one for whatever reason they had a battle, and these all guys, and then this family got, so different things over the years for different ways change. um, yeah, I missed 520. Yeah, but anyway, so whatever belief, quote, religion, if it's gnostic, regardless of the name of it, my basic thing is, can it pass the number one rule of law, to do no harm to anything? That's the deal. So if your belief system, whatever it may be, follows that simple rule, universal law, in my humble opinion, to the letter of do no harm to anything, a butterfly, a rock, a nothing, you got to understand respect. And if you don't get that, then it would, or it's just part time or at your convenience, then sorry, you, and I don't mean this rudely, but you don't belong in this. You can come to my camp, but you got to learn some more. You got to give up some stuff, and you got to really believe a little deeper or higher, or however you want to put it, right? But in my camp, with the to harm nothing includes everything, you know. So why are there many races of human beings? How did it originate? Very simply, there are zillions of people in the universe, zillions of races, not just people, but, and I mean, so people on this planet only look at this planet. Well, where'd we come from? Well, God created us. Okay, now listen, this planet has been colonized several times. We have to pay attention to that. Oh, but you're just talking about Star Wars and Star Trek and all that kind of thing. Well, I've seen space objects and do weird stuff myself personally. So, you got to believe I've seen some stuff that other people, oh, well, that was, nah, no, pay attention. And a lot of other people have videotaped some stuff, and there's evidence of, I was talking about it a while back that somebody had talked about Egypt and stuff. And I had said, west of Egypt, out there in the desert, there's some scarring in the desert that just looking at it from Google Earth, some weird shit happened, right? And and looking at some in Nevada and the test, and things and stuff, something big happened, right? Long time ago. And then there's some evidence that came out. Scientists are studying that area because guess what they determined? Something really big happened back then and that they can't explain, but like a damn humongous atom bomb, just, make Hiroshima, look like a drop in the ocean. So something really big. And then that might be tied to Sodom and Gomorrah and certain places and that there was a physical human but alien fight back then, and that there was a war, and some of these guys were, raping and pillaging and everything, and the other side just had had enough, and they went at it and called in help from their ancestors and elders, and literally used some, giant beam energy things and just blew the place to smithereens and just said, and whole bunches of people got wiped out. Cities, farms, the good land. How did the Sahara Desert get there? Did it just appear? And so there. But here's the thing: people want to go, well, it had to be a natural event. Nah, sorry, y'all. We got to throw the alien thing in there. We really do, because and is it a belief? We just have to say there have been outside help, just not the people on the earth. We just have to admit it. Do I know they are all the answers or whatever? No, but there's evidence and other things, and other people know some stuff. And my thing is, we just have to take it into consideration. Do we have to believe every single word? No, but we should at least consider it. Well, that's interesting. Well, what about this? Well, the Bible tells me so, when it doesn't fit the Bible scenario. So, but what if the Bible was wrong to begin with because they planned it that way? Well, yeah, I'm sorry, but there are beings on other planets and things. I mean, Methuselah lived 1,000 years. 1,000 years. So if he supposedly lived that long and all these folks, he lived 1,000 years, if that's what the thing is. I haven't lived 100 yet. I'm 69 yesterday, right? Yay me! So 1,000 years. So and but the people way back in the day lived longer. Why? Because they came from different places. They weren't used to the Earth's climate and things like that. They had a longer lifespan. Lots of evidence, and it's in their Bible, right? So they live longer, were healthier, and all this other stuff. And so if somebody lived 200 years, that would be like somebody during the Revolutionary War living to the end of, you know, 1776, 1976, when Jimmy Carter was president thingy. So they lived at the time of George Washington and saw Jimmy Carter become president. The the 200 years. So Methuselah lived 8, 9 thousand years. So think about that. So the things they could have put in place and monitored all that time. Oh, but so they leave the evidence for you to see, but we're too blind to see it. We're distracted over here. Well, Jesus, and Peter said this, and Paul said this, and then the evidence comes in that Peter was a traitor and turned in maybe Timothy and some of the other guy, maybe James, I can't remember. But to the point though, so we hear this story that was put in place after the fact, and the winners always write the stories. Who needs healing? SG, how are you? You having issues? There are people who had trouble with the boogeyman lately, and I'll just leave it at that. But here's the reason. I'm going to make it very simple. The folks with the Agenda 21 and Agenda 30, 2030, and all this other stuff, their plan has failed. And whether you believe in the galactics or these things, but what they have discussed themselves, and now we are at this date. So they're doing everything that they can to scare people. Like some of these local people down here, they've got this mask thing, and the hospital wants to invite everybody, but everybody has to stay 6 feet apart. Everybody is mandatory to wear a mask, whether you've had the shot or not. All the and so 30 miles south in Tallahassee, everybody's walking around here, groovy, and so 30 miles difference, the difference of two states, and these folks are promoting all this the horror and doom and gloom and everything. Now, when we went to Thomasville today, it was not doom and gloom like I kind of sort of was expecting. There was people in the stores, and some of the employees were wearing masks, but some of them had the mask on, but under their nose, right? So they were officially wearing it, but just not properly. And so call me on it, you know. Well, you're not wearing your mask properly now, So, but nobody's into that, and you could tell there were some people. Well, they're wearing the mask, and it was really uncomfortable, and but most folks were just acting normal. So why the local hospital is promoting all this sanitation and mask and promote and don't go in the store without a mask on. And I went in the store without a mask and I was like, that person's got a mask on. Nobody else down there. Oh, that person's got a mask on. So it's like, so they're trying to promote the scare, but it's kind of like what we met up in now. A year and a half ago, not the same, right? People would have masks on all over the place. So it's sort of like the folks we met in Tennessee and in Kentucky and in Ohio. Um, and mask, man, okay, man, mandatory, man, And so just interesting observation. So, but anyway, um, we, as I was telling my granddaughter earlier today, I said, look, I'm this is honest. I got the flu in the 80s. I mean, I literally lived in this room and my loft upstairs. And the trailer, my ex-wife had got it in the bars. And so, I literally had a bucket outside that I was pooping in. I had an outside toilet at the time until I could put plumbing in. Because she took the toilet and everything when she took the trailer, right? So I had to make do right after that. But anyway, so I got so sick with whatever flu that went through that time. For two or on the third day, I had been sick upstairs in the loft and had gotten dehydrated. Couldn't get downstairs. Since the trailer was gone, I didn't have a refrigerator. So I didn't have anything cold to drink and stuff like that. And I got dehydrated And if it hadn't been for my friend Marcia, that the one that passed away this last February, she drugged me down out of the loft and to the hospital. And I was in the hospital for, I think it was 2 days, but they had to get me rehydrated and everything. I was really sick, but it was from the flu. You know, so people say, well, you don't know how bad it is. Want to bet? You know, I literally, honest to God, had she not taken me to the hospital, would be dead. But, and that was early on when I first bought this property, right? It was really fresh. I had just started. So I told my granddaughter, I said, look, if I get the flu that's as bad as that and it kills me, well, then okay. I lived through that one. I've lived through other sicknesses. But this idea that they're going to scare me or make me take a shot, just know I love you all and do what you need, what you think is necessary. But y'all ain't going to talk me into it. That's just all there is to it. I love you. Do what you need to do. But I support you if you don't, you know. So, and I would wish you would rather not, you know, but that's up to you. So, too many weird things with too many weird stuff. Like my I think it was my granddaughter. She said, "Well, there are those conspiracy theorists that say, that the government knew about it and it was manufactured." And I said, "Yes, it's not a conspiracy. It's the truth. There's evidence where the CDC applied for a patent for the coronavirus thing. And because it comes from nature, you can't patent something that occurs naturally. What they did was they tinkered with a natural occurring thing and turned it into quote dum da dum da dum. So this idea that oh no, they didn't know anything about it and all this stuff, bullshit. They knew back in 2008 or something. And, there is written evidence within because they had to apply for patents and stuff. So, when you do a little bit of homework, there's a lot of evidence that's like, yeah, they did. Yeah, they knew it. Oh, and yeah, they knew about the wound. And yeah, they knew it came over. And yeah, this idea that the mask and things, there's evidence that the governor of Georgia that he's a traitor, Um, a lot of people ain't gonna vote for him next time around. You can bet your butt. There in some circles, he kind of hides from folk because he pissed a bunch of people off, for the state of Georgia. And if I was a younger man, I'd say, "Hey, I'll take you on for a couple of rounds, you stupid son of a bitch." But I'm better at this in my older age. Kemp, you know, but the Kemp and them and some of the folks in Georgia, not just Georgia, but some other states and stuff, bought stock in masks before the mandate came out to wear masks. They knew ahead of time, like at the end of the year before it be, in the early part of the next that year. So they knew in October and in February and March, everybody's got to wear masks. So they made money off the deal, and they knew ahead of time because they, had already made. There's evidence, So it's like, but if there's justice in the world, I will say this figurative speech wise, but with some of the stuff some of these politicians have done, as much as I try not to, I'm trying not to be vicious or whatever, but I wear one of piece of locals. If it's got to be that way, I mean, if I go in and everybody's, and I'm the only one, I have done that, okay? But now there's signs and this and that, and don't go in here because. And I went in and two people had masks on out of 30. And I'm like, ain't putting mine on, sorry. And nobody saying anything, everybody's being normal. And that was today, right? So people running around inside the Harbor Freight down there. the little grandkid running up and down and chasing me and having a good time in the store. There were some other people, and this black gentleman had a mask on, and he saw all of us, and none of us had one on. And by the end of he had the mask under his nose, and he still had it on, but because there was a sign on the door, and one of the employees was wearing one, the other employee wasn't. So nobody says anything. There hadn't been any arguments. But there are signs when I went in to get my tags the other day in the government building that no one is responsible if you get sick or injured or whatever. So if you enter this building and get sick, none of us are liable. It's up to you. So Georgia passed that law to make it certain that somebody said, well, I went into the government building and was standing in line, and I got the coronavirus from somebody there. It's, Colquitt County's fault. Can't do it. Not a private, not a corporate. Can't do it. Can't blame the company or whatever. If you get something, you got it. It ain't nobody else's fault, right? So I'm fine with that. If I go in, but there are places that have closed because the social media of things, well, we can't open too many people. Well, this is the next round and this one's going to be worse. So there are some folks that are going like, we were lined up to get into Arby's. Well, the Arby's, now there's people in there, right? And there's 5 cars lined up, and they have a new rule, apparently under new management or whatever. They're only going to stay open until 5 o'clock in the afternoons. Now, let's pay attention to this. 5 o'clock in the afternoons, Monday through Friday kind of thing, because it was, well, it was Thursday yesterday, but to the point, they're pointing at the sign, and I'm like, well, what's the deal? You're telling me at 5 o'clock when people are wanting to go for supper or something from 5 to 6:30 is probably one of your best times. You're going to close your business down during so there's people lined up at Arby's, one to eat there, and they're nope, it's 5 o'clock. We're closing up. What? Okay, you wonder why you're losing money. You just Okay, so close at 6:30. At least go through the supper rush. But to close at 5 o'clock when folks are like, it's the end of the day, I'm going to get me a sandwich on the way home. I'm maybe going to pick up dinner, and you close. Okay. But anyway, weird stuff's going on. So over here, the place is flourishing, and over here, they're closing down. One's of this, and the other one's that. One's on the other side of the road from the other place. And I'm in driving around and being in Moultrie and in Thomasville, I would just scratch my head and go, talk about a weird paradox of stuff going on. Oh my God, there is no logic. And they have been doing is making money of sick people. Uh, all I know about how long it's been around is by some of the. Now, I would agree that it goes back further than that. Okay. But as far as people saying that the CDC and that we didn't know about and all that stuff, around the 2008 mark, uh, there's evidence because of the patent applications. And if they didn't know about the COVID, then why did they apply for a patent? And how many times they applied for it when it got turned down, and this and that, and how many times they've applied, and the reasons why it was declined, that they should have never applied again, but being the CDC and all this other, there's a really interesting story about that. But that has not come out into the light kind of thing, but it is public knowledge. So, and they've tried to cover it up and say they didn't do it and all that kind of stuff. But, when you apply for a patent, your name goes in the book kind of thing. So simply because they applied, they're culpable because they knew, right? And in 2008, that's a hell of a long time between 2019, right? We're, uh, can we talk here? So, yes, it's been in the works. But to my point, I keep bringing it up, and I know folks are like, yeah, there goes that Agenda 21. But the thing is, see, it was all about population reduction through abortions and through this, and in some third world countries, through starving them to death. If a kid makes it to 19 or 20 years old and hasn't been shot, killed, or joined a gang, or has, and the fact that they live longer than that and can get out of wherever it is, it's amazing, right? So there are some really nasty conditions on this planet. Uh, are Aryans spiritually superiors to others? I don't think anyone is superior to others because in basic law one, we are all equals, quote, in the eyes of the spirit. So, and those who boast of their powers or their whatever will be least among them. So one of the things that was always an issue, still is for me, is some of the things they talk about, because I really don't want it to be boasting. These are true stories. This is what I've learned. This is it. My journey is to tell the truth. And they use me for the example. But I don't think anyone is superior. I really don't. And I have quoted, revelations in the Bible, in that when the angel comes twice, different angel comes and appears to John. John's down on his knees and he's worshiping, and the angel looks down and he said, "Get up, my brother, for you are as I am." So, he's like, "Nah, I'm not better than you. I'm just showing up here as this angel, but I'm not better than you. We're akin." So, yes, we do, Maverick. We've got more than enough knowledge to feed and clothe everybody. And one of the things that's interesting that people talk about Disney this and Disney that. But way back in the day, I remember when I was living in Tampa, when it was announced that Walt Disney was building Disney World. Okay. It was in the Tampa Tribune. Then it became a big stink because he had secretly, through different land acquisitions, acquired basically a country, a small country. And so Disney World and Disney area and stuff, they do stuff in there, they got their own stuff, right? But one of the things that a lot of people, if you've never been to Disney World or know what, they have one of the places there, um, especially in the, oh, I can't think. Anyway, they have a place called the Land, and everything is grown inside. Now, this was back a long time ago. Walt Disney, because he used to watch him on Sunday nights before we'd go to bed and school on Monday, and Walt would come out and show us things in some of his dreams, right? And so they have plants that never touch the ground. They're on conveyor belts. They get sprayed. I've been there in the land, and eaten salads and stuff. So everything that's produced in there is grown there through all these different methods of hydroponics and things like that. And in some areas, there are farmers up around here who are using some of those techniques now. Are whites, blacks, Hispanics, and Asians exactly the same, or are there spiritual differences? Nope. I think on this planet, I think there may have been, but um, but no, I don't think so. I think what you're born with is the essence of something. That's your spirit. So, I could be a Palladian, Somebody could be, their essence could have originated in Orion, and through incarnations or whatever, they end up someplace else. But the energy which creates and runs all of us is the same. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And here's the thing, we're here in this 3D realm. When this body dies, we all go into the other dimension. We all make the transition, regardless of your color on this planet. So ask yourself, does it matter when we die? Are there going to be black people, white people, you know? In my humble opinion, because of the things that I've understood and learned over the years, I believe more that he's authentic. I do not think he's being fraudulent. But at the same time, it's not so much that I need proof. Um, it's just that who and what he is and the real truth in it, it's like, to me, it's just so amazing. It's like, but I still respect him. I saw his last video and he was talking about something, and when he did this thing with his eyes and it went like this and a nod, and I felt it. I'm not sure what he said, but I felt it in his nod and his eyes, and I was like, I, I'm sorry, but for me, I do believe the guy. You know, some of the stories and things are fantastic, but there are old memories and things that I just in whatever reincarnations. And years ago, for those of you who don't know, I Dante had made some statements about his idea of using YouTube and everything to get people and so forth, and I'm going to quit this and everything. And I did a video back and I said, please don't. There are so many of us, and I've done videos about the silent 72 plus, because there are many of us. I consider myself working for the cause, whether they've ever said I was or not. And the reason I say that is because well, I've had my own personal visions, encounters with the goddess, with Mary. That's what started my journey a long time ago. But it's the other thing is that it's helping people, it's feeding people, it's doing good works, it's trying to stay away from evil. It's so I'm in that way. There are so many of us who feel that way, that we feel that we're working with the law of one, to do no harm, to do good for other people. Now we have to be humble in what we do. We have to honor other people in the way they think. So we can't just go in there and go, well, you don't know about Jesus, so if you don't follow what, it can't be nothing like that. We have to respect other people for who they are, whether we like them or not. And what we need to do is learn to become friends and share and show that our heart. Do you want to kill anybody? No, neither do I. So we got a really good start right there. Um, do are you into raping children or anything like that? No. Well, then that's good. Um, I tried to be. Now, in my earlier years, I've had bouts of not so good, and I've paid the price for them, in my opinion. XXXXX. Um, we all exist in the same infinite creator. Yeah. Um, over the years, like if you had been here earlier on, I got a box of gifts from people in the chat who volunteered and sent in whatever. I don't know how they did it. It's none of my business. But I got a box of wonderful gifts with notes from people in the chat room here on this channel. And I've had other folks in different places. And if I wasn't a good guy, then the things that I have been praying for and working for over the years have just appeared themselves. Good luck, bad luck, so my talking today has been how blessed I am in that I'm 69 yesterday, so today I still am. Um, I, in my position as a shaman in training, as a hermit, being humble is like you really do, because it isn't about me. It's about what I talk about. Okay, so it's Hawkeye's talking about this. He talked about that. Okay, but it ain't about me. It's about the message that the spirits and the things that I try to help other people to understand. Like earlier on, XX, I was talking about people have, in my humble opinion, have not used simple techniques like meditating with a tree and using nature to help you to meditate and connect and see other realms and experience like true uplifting things from Mother Nature. Oh, but that's just hocus pocus and you need special stuff. No, what you need is to be quiet, be honest and humble and respectful and all that good stuff to a tree and believe it, and you'd be surprised. So, but so it is my job and my duty as a shaman in training and so forth. To one of the things I talked about a couple of hours ago was that when now I accepted this, okay, so it's not like they my spirits and folks they did kind of push me this direction. I just wanted to be a hermit. I wasn't about, like starting a church. Now, back when I was a young man in the Catholic Church, I wanted to become a priest, but I wanted to become a monk and monastery and stuff. But I still want to be able to help people. I wanted to be like Saint Francis. That's who I wanted to be. He was a humble man. He worked with, wildlife and farm animals. He brought animals into the church and blessed them, and the church then got pissed off at him and they wanted to burn him at the stake. So, the real story about Saint Francis kind of thing. So, um, but for me, growing up in the Catholic Church, the true, honest Saint Francis was who I wanted to be. Jules, I'm still okay. What do you think? Do you think we make soul contracts? Here's the thing about the soul contracts. Now, I have had listened and read Edgar Casey back in the mid to late 60s, 70s, and on, right? So I've had a lot of different tweaky things about certain things like soul contracts and stuff. Casey said that, and I'm over my years, I kind of get where it comes from. That the contract you have is, for me, it's like, okay, Dave, we're looking down at the world or whatever and say, okay, we got this opening. We got this kid that's going to be born on 9/24. Okay. He's going to be a Libra born on the cusp. So he's going to have this life of hating Libras and Virgos do not get along. So he's going to have a lifelong conflict with himself, let alone other Virgos or maybe, Libras. So, but we got this opening. Well, I don't know. You got any other offers? Well, we got this Puerto Rican guy down over here, but it's a short lifespan, and it involves jungles and monkeys and things. Maybe not. Well, anything else got going here? Well, so I think the contract is that there is the potential future shown to us in the spirit before we accept. So the contract is that we accept. Now I could kill myself at any time. I've tried and failed at times, and then there have been other things that tried to kill me and that's failed. So, but anyway, ironic in that. So I'm still here. So, okay, I accept it. So by accepting that, I realize that then it is my duty to share whatever knowledge it is. Now, some folks call it wisdom. Sometimes I just consider it musings. And sometimes I consider it amusing, and sometimes I consider it demusing or, demurral or never mind. But the idea is everybody just needs to think. And now I agree with Dante in that XX is that, he's told a lot of people, stop acting like monkeys and think like human beings. Think, use your brain. And there's been so many things that over the years that I've talked about. Now, XX, I grew up at Tampa Catholic. One of the nuns there, Sister Helene, we're good friends after I graduated. She told me things back in 1970 after I graduated, things that are coming true now within the Catholic Church and other truths that have come out. So there are some things that I've understood for a long time. A lot of other people just didn't have privy to. But then when I found Dante and along the line, he reprinted my video that I did on my channel and reprinted part of it onto his channel. So from my standpoint, I must have connected somehow with him, them, and so forth for them to take my video and reprint it on their channel. I was like, holy crap. So, but there's, and ever before and since then, there are things that I kind of see in my meditations that have come up on Dante's channel a couple days later. And I go, now for me, there's been 70 to 80% coincidences like that. That I have a dream, I see something, I'm having my own meditations or downloads, and the next thing I know, it comes up on his channel. Just saying. Am I connected? I don't get phone calls, but I must get copies of emails or something. But anyway, so with that said, though, so what do you say, exact? Why is America very important when it comes to spirituality? Because I think America is just one of the other keys. I've talked about how I think the indigenous people kept the earth in balance. And a lot of the native traditions and stories and stuff. So, the Europeans didn't know nothing about the Americas. And I think the whole North and South America was they lived in teepees and they didn't spend their time in building, they had wars between them and all, but they weren't making metal. They were chipping things with flint, which is still a good tool, by the way, after all these years. They still had ancient things that they knew how to kill, but they didn't want to conquer. They didn't want to build huge monuments and things. They knew that Mother Earth was church. They knew that the sky was the Great Spirit. They knew some of the natives knew they came from different planets because their ancestor told them so. So, and then, white man came to the Americas and everything changed. America is most spiritual country in the world right now. Maybe India too. There are places in Africa that are very spiritual. We can't leave them out. There are places in South America who are very active. So I would say not to, I do agree with you, but there are even more places. And for me, seeing reactions of peoples and things, and we don't always get the truth right, but there are people who believe in the core belief of to do good things and to help people, and that earth and mother earth and trees and animals are all important regardless of where they are on the planet. They have this connection. Those folks are all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. Because we feel and that way, whether we've met, we all automatically belong to the club. So regardless of religion, regardless of what your color is, because when you die, you're all going to be the same color. You know what I'm saying? Color only matters here. So did our spirit have a contract? if we'll be honest, I think we could all agree that at some point, now for me, I realized I really did sign up for this, didn't I? I mean, I really did agree to this, didn't I? Now, it's my own fault that I got busted, sent to jail, got in trouble. My fault, not theirs. Not necessarily in the contract. I tried to blame them. Well, I didn't know you all gonna put me through this shit. It was my own actions that got me into it. But it was their interaction with me that I got out of it because I learned faith and lessons to not go do that again, right? Sometimes it took me a few times to learn some lessons. I was hard headed in areas. So, but, as far as, you know, what do I believe in? I believe in the Great Spirit of all of us in all dimensions, in all the zillions of planets and places in this universe. Just look at the stars. There's so much out there. And people will go, but what about the planet Earth? It's a pimple on the backside of somebody's butt. Just stop it. You know, oh, but we're the center of the universe. Well, tell that to the rest of the universe because there are folks out there going, what'd you say? You know, hey, anybody here in the group called bullshit on planet Earth? Bullshit. You're not the center of the universe. Get over yourself. We're egotistical. Oh, it's all about us. Think about it. What if it's all about the universe? So many native tribes, not counting, now there are some Mongols and folks in Europe and China and stuff that have that basic, they just live together. They milk reindeer and they're very plain and live next to the earth and take what they need, not, you know. So the Himalayas, major spiritual, absolutely, you know. But there were places in Americas too. I mean, the Plains Indians and the Lakota and the Black Hills are still sacred. And what did these guys do back in the day? They carved the presidents onto the face of a rock in the Dakotas where it was sacred to the Indian. So go ahead and deface it. Who gives a shit, right? We're America. We can do whatever we want. And the native were like, well, but, and the hell with y'all. But it's sacred to us. Don't care. I mean, really, that's what happened. And there's still some natives that are still pissed about that, right? But so all but it's really not. I've been to Mount Rushmore and I've camped in the Black Hills. So, I've been there, experienced it, came around a corner and there was a big old hairy bison standing there, ugly looking, some bitch, let me tell you. And the mountain goat thingies out there, really amazing. So to have been out there in the Black Hills, is really interesting. I've always wanted to get back out there and spend some time and not have to rush. We only had a day or so and had to move on, but holy mackerel, I want to go back just to hang out, not necessarily sightsee or whatever, just to go hang out. But so them folks said, nah, we're going to go. Now, I've seen the carvings and the presidents, and it's amazing what they did. And the folks at the park and everything, I got to say, at least when I was there, they were respectful. They didn't misuse. Everybody was like, pick up your stuff. And even though they carved the faces on the mountains up there, that it just seemed that the folks who lived there have a reverence for it, not necessarily the carvings, but for the mountains, and I think that's a good thing. Yeah, we are a special project. I think America and Egypt were once connected. Argus and the Grand Canyon. Yeah, but there were also, I've talked about this before, Maverick, in the mouth of Mississippi, and also what the old timers claim around Florida, there were posts out in the harbors and just offshore that were had hieroglyphs on them. And over the years, because the local farmers along the coast say, well, we used to go out to this, strange, post out there marker at the head of the channel or whatever, and that it's gone. They put it in. Now there's a bell out there or something. Mount Shisha and Kala. Shisha or Mount Shasta. Yeah, I've been down through the mountains up there. Not could only visit, very short, but could feel the energy in the rock. And it's much different than like all the time I spent in the Smoky Mountains. The I was on Mount Rainier, and let me tell you, you talk about a place that's got some energy. If you've never been to Rushmore, not Rushmore, um, if you've never been to crap, I just said it. Shasta, I knew what you were talking about though. See, I got that ESP or R thing going on. I came to a weird vision that we're just concerned of AI. Our day of birth was the. If you understand that there are higher dimensions, now here I just want to point this out. Remember, these folks have been talking that we're fixing to go into the fifth dimension, right? We're fixing to go. And how long have they been talking fifth dimension? I'm just saying, I've been following this 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years in some cases, right? The fifth dimension, they're at it again. We're all headed for the fifth and all the. Okay. We still ain't there yet, my friends. They have rewound this tape and are putting it out there again. So I have sometimes wondered if the folks who are, quote, the galactics are actually, really bad intel and propaganda from the opposite side, to confuse those of us, because sometimes there's information for through personal experience or something. And I go, that part right there, I believe. The rest of it, yeah, you know, like my argument for climate control. And we're going to fix that by, not allowing cows to fart anymore when every other critter on this planet farts. It's just like, come on, use your brains here. Think about this. So, but in the spirituality of things, there are folks who live like me out in the country who may go to the local church because they like to visit with their friends in the community, and it's a way to keep in touch, like one of my brothers in Ohio. And it's not so much that he believes in the faith so much, but he likes to sing with the people in church, and they know each other, and there's this friendship. There ain't nothing wrong with that. And in that, they feel spiritually better, and they do help each other, and not just within the church, but other people in the community. He was telling me, because he works on windows and replaces glass and stuff. He's been doing it forever, and somebody needed some windows or something. They all got together and came up with money and this and that and put new windows in somebody's house. And that, they were so grateful, and they were just like, it's okay. This person had something they had, and they all got together. And so the person that really needed it was curious, ended up with new windows. So, there are good things that happen regardless of whatever the religion or whatever. So, and having been under the ground in caves and a mile and a half, 2 miles under, back in the day when I was in the cave down here in Climax, it hadn't been mapped. We literally went down there several times in a row and we had a map of it back then. And now they got it, not necessarily digital, but Now, for some of you, and I'll discuss it now, and I'm really tired, and it's another damn hour later. What time is it? I lost one of my pairs of glasses. I've talked about this before, and I'm going to mention this, and then I'm going to haul ass. And is it 6:20? It's 6:30. We missed a 20, so I'm going to take a hit off this. But for many years, this place that I bought. Now, I haven't told this part of the story, but there were a lot of circumstances that led me to this property. Um, it's a little long, but I ain't going to discuss it. I'm just going to say that there was some intuition and some luck and all this kind of it. You know, there was to me there seemed to be a lot more luck than normal, right? But it worked out. I'm still here after all these years. The place is paid for. All I got to do is pay the taxes, and I'm good to go for another year. And I got that money saved up, so I'm good. So everything's copacetic. Um, But I found years ago after they cut some trees out, there's a circle down there in down there. And I made a promise to the property, to the trees and the land back there, that I would never scour the earth like they did when they clear cut all the trees in my backyard. So when people talk about clear cut, I know what that means. My backyard was clear cut. Well, you don't know what the Brazilians listen, I've had my backyard clear cut. I know what it means. But after almost 40 years of being here, the forest has come back. So it ain't like, oh my God, it's clear cut. Yeah, but give it a few years. If you treat it right, it will grow back. Oh, they clear cut. Yeah, but I didn't plant most of the trees on this place, and it's a forest again, all by itself. Oh, with the cows and the farts. Oh my God. You know what I mean? So having watched and been here and seen nature, a little bit of help from me in a couple of places, but mostly all on its own. Um, so do I realize that Mother Earth is real and not, so as bad as it seems in places, it will recover in its own time when it needs to. And Mother Earth is in charge, not anybody else. I mean, now there are people who plant things and stuff and encourage, Mother Earth and try to work with her, but those who fight Mother Nature and those who try to make Mother Nature, their bitch, nah. You remember them old commercials? It's not nice to fool Mother Nature, and it's not. And for those of you who remember my vision dream in 2013 of the Braves on Horseback, when the whole thing about what was happening was that so many people and so much energy has been raped and taken from Mother Earth that Mother Earth is just getting not in revenge or not in, it's yin and yang. So you take a bunch of stuff, the what's the deal? Newton's law, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So many folks have taken from Mother Earth for so long without any regard, right? That Mother Earth is just, it's the opposite reaction is Mother Earth gets her share. Not in any kind of horrible retribution or God throwing lightning bolts down on the ground and whatever. But my neighbor across, I mean, literally, as I leave my driveway, it's across the road, right? Lost two big pine trees that had been there for a long time to lightning with one of these recent storms, and they're going to have to cut them down. The spirit caretakers of earth lives in spiritual place called Shambhala. But you see, down in Africa, there are people who believe that they have the key. There are people in Brazil and South America who believe they have the key, and that the center of the earth kind of thing is actually up in the hills and stuff. Brazil, Argentina, but somewhere up in there. And sort of north of South America. But anyway, so then there are those, the Hopian folks, who think they have the key and to the underworld, and they came out. So, point being, there are many stories that are very similar, but from different parts of the world. Are they connected? I would say that in a way they are. But in the universe of things, you know, I truly believe that the angels, we are as they are. They're not anything special, and we're not anything special. But we have to understand what some people think is special is actually natural. So, being an angel, if we understand the truth in that, then we understand some natural things that sort of come along with it. It's not extraordinary powers, it's what we know. So, like my discussions earlier, an hour ago, about my intuition, is that a power? If you want to look at it that way, okie dokie, you know, my intuition about this, and the ding, and the blah, 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 you know. So, if you listen to your gut and pay attention to yourself, which is your higher self and the angels and the universe and all that, then, there you go. That's that. I'm tired and really wore out now. So one more hit and that's that. Thank you, Chloe Maverick, for the conversation. And Barry, as always, XXX. Anybody else in the background? I'm really tired, gang. It's been a long couple of days. It's really good and all that, but you know, uh, I have a party to go to in a few hours. You know, 12 hours, I guess. So I'm going to get some sleep because I do not want to disappoint my friends, my new old neighbors, because they have gone to special detail to have a party for me today. So I blessings to everybody. The nine lords reside in Shambhala. Black Sea. I've seen that place. It's like a tar pit. Now here's the thing. I just want Chloe. I just want to toss this out. I had some dreams not too long ago, and I was like kind of weirded out about it. So, my question is, I was looking up and going, what the hell is that all about? Where on earth? And they stopped me right there and said, it ain't Earth. And I went, what? And they said, right there, it ain't Earth. But then, and so then they just went back to the same thing. They said, Hawkeye, it ain't Earth. So when they said that, I went, oh, then all of a sudden, where I was trying to figure out where was this and how could it take place, it's not Earth. So I kind of went back into it and went, well, now that's just damned interesting. You were there, you could see it or whatever it was, there was an experience, but where or not, and so my brain, because I live here, wanted it's Earth, and they usually are not wrong about this stuff, right? They just stopped me very kindly and said, okay, it just ain't Earth. Go back, think about it, but it ain't Earth. That's how we all perceive our own reality. That's a part of the movie. Oh, wait. Um, yeah, just not Earth. And see, one of the things is like, we have to understand this. If we believe in an afterlife, then you know what, I'm here after. But so we believe that we will become spirits again, and that we are spirits, and so okay, so we're slight differences, but we're all pretty much on that page, right? So what it looks like and all that, okie dokie. But we too many of us have had experiences with people who have passed and have come to bid us say goodbye, and leave messages. Too much stuff. So, and for my own, out of body experiences with near death experiences. So there's something out there, right? So, but the idea they say, well, somehow people still want to relate it just to Earth. Okay. So in my ramblings and stuff and in my own thoughts, it's like one of my questions in one of my little, astral visits with whoever it was I was chatting with, they were like, why do you always think it's just like here? And so I was like, what do you mean just here? Well, that it's here on Earth, that you reincarnated here on Earth or something. What if you reincarnated as something in another galaxy far, far away? And I was like, what you talking about, Willis? And they were like, honestly, one of your spirit was literally in another galaxy, another place, another something, had nothing to do with Earth. This is just where you are now. So in your thinkings and stuff, well, I feel like I learned how to be a swordsman at some point because I'm really good at it and I've never been trained. Yeah, well, they have sword fights in other galaxies far, far away. Uh, but what you talking about, Willis? So I could have been in a sword fight, literally someplace else, but because I'm here on Earth, I would have thought that I was here. So because I've seen movies and stuff, I assume that my previous life was as a Knights Templar, say, or something, and I was here on this Earth when I might have been someplace else altogether. But there are similarities. But I've learned to take some of my dreams because of Earth and medieval and stuff. Cowboys, for example, right? I want to be a cowboy. So, but the idea though that but on another planet there may not have been westerns. But another solar system, another planet, another quote universe to us, right? Because it's not in our realm of thinking. But whether we believe it, whether we understand it, you just look up at the stars and go, come on. So, in my retrospect and stuff, now this was years ago, they said, are you sure that what you've seen was here on Earth? Now, there's some evidence how I find my house. There were certain things I've known about this property. I was here in this area. Uh, I can't remember how many. Back in the early 1800s. Okay, back around the War of 1812 and getting rid of the Indians. I was here around then, and some of this property back then was, like established here in South Georgia. So and now that's my own personal belief in some things and dream. But in the middle of this property, I've talked about this before. There's New Bethel across the river and the cemetery. Up the road from me is the cemetery at Zion Grove. When I looked on Google Earth, the circle in my backyard that I've been protecting for so many years is dead in the middle between these two cemeteries. There have been many of us that have seen this portal open, shimmer, kind of sort of like what Stargate looks like, but not, but similar. Too many people, some high, some not, describing the same thing that other people were seeing at different times, not the same night, but several people on the same night. But then later on, over the years, people seeing that a very similar thing in the same area. So it's like, okay, so if I just seen it, that's one thing. But for other people to have observed it, That's a totally different thing, right? So does it really exist? Other people have seen it. Or it's right between two. Is there something special here? I don't know. But I know that I was lured here, brought here this time around. I had to be on this place. I've tried to get away. I've tried to move to North Carolina. I tried to move to North Georgia. I tried to move to Arkansas. I'm still here. I need to be here for a bunch of whatever reasons. But for every time I've tried to leave here, well, I'll sell the place. No. And then something, no. What about it? No. And then I just realized I can go visit these places. I'm free to go, but I really need to be here for whatever my mission is in this life. And I absolutely believe that I signed on for it. Now, the heartache and the pain and broken bones and operations and all that, not necessarily part of it. But that's what life dealt me. Getting my leg broken and going through all that and all those operations and all the therapy and all, did I agree to that? Don't know if that was on there, but I know that I was sent here to learn Mother Mary through the natural things through and learn. There's been a mission there all along. Everyone is spiritual. No one needs religion to be spiritual. Everyone can be spiritual at any point in time. We can make a change. We can turn left. We can go straight. We can stop and maybe look down and go, wow, there's an eagle feather. Or wow, there's a hawk feather. Or wow, there's a great antler from a deer, you know, an old wise deer. Wow. And I just had to stop and think a minute and look down. And there's my present from Mother Earth. There's my present from the universe. There's my present to myself because I listened. I mean, all these things are important. Oh, but they don't make any sense. And other people, okay, do what you want. But in the end, we're all going to die at some point. I'm going to have as much fun along the way as I can and keeping it clean. You know what I mean? But anybody want to join in? Let's go boating, or if you're not into boating, but we just want to go camping or something. We'll do that too. Let's have a sing along. I got strings for my guitars, and I got 3 new harmonicas, so I'm going to get my lips practicing back, and I'll get back to you on that. So, but about the spirituality, we are all equal when we turn back into spirits. Now, we're equal. That doesn't mean that we're the same, because my experience in this life is to gain experience for whatever it is in the spiritual, right? So call it karma, whatever, but I'm looking at it as an adventurer, okay? So somebody says, why'd you climb that mountain? Because I wanted to. Well, what do you mean? Well, it was there, and I just wanted to climb that mountain. Okay. Well, I don't want to climb Everest, but I want to climb that one right over there. All right. Now I've done this myself back in my younger days, and have climbed said mountain, and down in Arkansas, North Georgia, a couple of mountains and stuff like that. Trey Mountain, North Georgia. Climbed that mountain, buddy, and had one hell of a religious experience on Trey Mountain up there in North Georgia, Chattahoochee National Forest. But just unbelievable, So climbing the mountain and whatever, but for every person, it means something different. Somebody else climbs the mountain, they just go up there and go, yeah, okay, look around and go, that's neat. Okay, let's go and walk back down, right? No, you have to accept if you were called to climb the mountain, whatever that mountain may be, it's there for a reason. It's there for the experience, right? So this life is an adventure. I don't care what you are. If you're a janitor, or a dentist, or a teacher, doesn't matter, Oh, thank you, Sumo 8888, because my eyes are blind. Hi, Ian. Did you just come in? But and having a chat with my friend that took me to dinner last night, kind of thing. I was saying, and because we both worked at this, we met at working at Prestolite, and I told him he was talking about asking me about something about the spiritual thing and stuff, and I said, look, you know me. We met at Prestolite. Now he left before I did, but I said, you know, you know those people, right? And I said, my job changed after you left, and some other things is one of the reasons why some folks left Presto Light early, right? So, but anyway, I said, when I left, first shift gave me a 1 hour going away present, party, everything. But everybody, and I got a birthday wish from a lady from Presto Light, and God bless her, she, we became friends working there. And after all these years, it's been 20 years going on since, well, 15 years at least, and since we've worked together, but we still know each other. She's a sweet lady, and when I think about her, I send her prayers too, Facebook and stuff. But so I told